I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the scenes. Politics daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the scenes. Politics daily, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack.
Can't wait the Mount and Blade too. War sails an expansion and sail around the sea in a merchant vessel.
I'm muted! Pro streamer, everyone. I could have sworn I hit that button. No audio, it's over. Pack it up, folks. Time to all go home. Alright, we're... Hello! Hi. So, first of all, Snuggle Kitten, thank you for the the tier 1 sub and for being the first person to support stream today. Already getting our way up to that next sub goal, which, as you all know, is analog horror, and I'm very excited to check it out. Also, just to let you know, the Kaiji stage play is happening today, folks. So, if you thought you missed it, you are wrong. We are going to cover some of the basics of what I wanted to talk about today, and then we are going to go over the Kaiji stage play. And then I think we're gonna do the Zoran Mamdani final speech, his final campaign rally speech. But I got content for us to cover. It's all good. And yes, there is a stretch goal beyond this if you happen to get the next 53 subs necessary. Did you enjoy my AI news? Salmon Moose, I looked at it and I can't say I enjoyed it. Congratulations on your people for having their heads on straight, but oh boy. It is we'll talk about it. Get there. Hello, Jazz Dog. Jazz Dog, by the way, excellent new track. Hello, I can't give a duck. Hello. How we doing? Oh, I believe you. I can't give a duck. Hello. No name 767 oh god 7820. Hello Crane. Hello Limes Floofy Otaku. Hello. How we doing Rhyme Jack? Hello Zula Goetia. Hello. How we doing Elson 79. Hello CMH006. Hello Cute Dark Arts. Hello. Also, you might notice something different today, and it's that I unmirrored because I realized that it was getting too goofy with me wearing shirts that had actual writing on them. So I flipped it back to be normal when I'm full screen like this, but I did move all of the chats to be over here so that I can like look at you guys, and so it still makes conceptual sense. But I hope, left chat will, though missed in our hearts, will not be overly burdensome on your ability to move forward as chatters. How we doing, Comrade Girl 2018? Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Pharaxiel. Hello, the Grinch sends his regards. Hello, Plant 923. Hello, Kaylee. Hello, Ason. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Jane Sarosdy. How we doing, Tea Leaf? Hello, Summer Lovin'. Hello, hello. How we doing, Anders, Andy, Nora? Hello, DTH. Hello, Hexahedron. Hello, Bragwin. Hello, Banana Brains YYZ. Hello, how we doing, everybody? Hello. Hello, Stupid Genius. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Volturret. Hello, how we doing, Fox of Fate? Hello, Disaster Suplex. Hello, Horizon. Hello, 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 Robber Adset. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, Alan Smith. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Whew. Whew. Jack, take note, please. Phoebe, they, them. I can do my damnedest to remember that your name is Phoebe, Limes Floofy Otaku. But I'm not going to remember that. But cool, they, them pronouns. I'll attempt to note those. If you come over to this website over here, there's a handy little color bubble that lets everyone know what your pronouns are, which is nice. But yes. Pew, 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 pew. Salute. Indeed. How am I doing? I've been better. Today's been stressful. What is the site, chat? It's riverboat.gg. It's this one right here. If you go to riverboat.gg, you can participate in the live stream sans ads. Yeah, I know. Look. I'm a walking, talking stereotype. What can I say? Also, do you guys want to see a delightful thing that's on my desk before we get started? You guys ready? You guys ready to see it? Just a little pig in a bowl. I like him a lot. The pig even has like a little butthole. I love him so much. Officer, you are trapped. Just a little guy, yeah. Also, if you guys wanted, I could give you guys a brief tour of the room. I don't know if you guys want that yet. It's actually clean enough where I could do that. There are still a couple cables on the ground, but by and large. Yeah? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this something I'm supposed to get you guys to donate for? Alright. At the 400 sub mark, you will get Analog Horror and a room, a little room spin. There you go. There. Capitalism strikes again. Is that a spitting tea animal? No, the animal doesn't spit tea. Seeing Jack's legs is like 10,000 subs. No, my legs are free. My feet, however, would be like 10,000 subs. Whew. Can't wait. Hell yeah. Spin that wheel! Alright. Jack has legs? Wouldn't you like to know? Show his feet. Hello, Quigley. Jack has feet? Huh, the thought. Hello, Erica. Alright. Jack only had toes, no legs, no feet, just toes. Like a horse. Horses... Fun fact, did you guys know horses run on their toes? Just a horrifying little fact for you guys. Just, you have to go through your life now knowing what I know. Knowledge that can never be unknown.
Pretty woman say good words. Happy. I donate monies. Pretty woman says even more good words. More happy. Simple as.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. I didn't know that. Yeah, look. So, fun fact, here's Rutgers back in 2017, Rutgers University just showing this image, which is from The Inner Horseman, Volume 7 from January 2003, and this will forever change how you look at both human fingers and horse feet. All right? You guys asked for feet, you've got feet. All right? Or technically you've got hands. I guess technically uh the direct comparison here is not that horses walk on their toes, horses walk on their fingers. Um yeah, so basically every single horse leg here is directly analogous to bones in the human hand. So basically over time their their, their fingers or lack thereof, they whatever they came from that is our common ancestor just fused. Yeah, it's also flipping you the bird. It's true. Wait, I would know this. I've ridden horses. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, so if any of you ever did the thing where like you pretended your hand is like a little monster that ran on each with each finger being a leg, you were oddly correct. Um you were oddly correct. Yeah, their ankles are the knuckles. Yeah. So anyway, now you can all happily go about knowing that piece of cursed eldritch knowledge. There you go. Cool, right? Anyway, also other people upon learning this information just y- you know, it's essentially correct though. This is essentially what these weird ass motherfuckers are doing. All right, you guys came here because this is ostensibly a show about politics, right? That's that's ostensibly why all of you are here. We're here to talk about very serious topics that are very important. All right. So is a horse on a skateboard like a tech deck? In the most technical possible way, yes. No more horse facts? I don't like that. I don't like that, Jazz Dog. I clicked on it and I don't like it. I'm gonna pretend I never saw it. Hello, the glitch. All right. You guys ready for our first actual segment? Hello, Liz Galahad. All right, here we go. So, folks, you know how I've been talking about the fact that Donald Trump isn't doing too well, like physically? Like Donald Trump is, we've all seen the face droop. Um very clearly involuntary. We've all seen the swollen hands with the horrible makeup cover job. We've all seen the crazy ankles. We've all seen this happening to the president of the United States, beloved by us all, surely. Um that goes without saying. But it it's with trepidation in my heart that I am here to tell all of you that he might not be doing so hot like his doctors have been telling us. In fact, I've been saying for a while now, boy howdy, it sure looks like he's having mini strokes. Uh, a series of which can precede a very large stroke. And now, of course, all of this, we all love Trump here. All of us number one Trump fans, right? We would never want anything to happen to our big sweaty boy. Okay. Uh, but you know, of course, it made total sense the other day when he announced that he was going to have a bonus medical checkup. He's just doing so healthy that they are sending him in to have his heart and various muscles overpower the machinery for a second time in order to, assure all of us just how virile and healthy he is at a bajillion years old, right? And, well, what's interesting is that everything he's talked about since then seems to indicate that perhaps this wasn't just an additional bonus yearly physical. And you all are familiar with your bonus yearly physicals where you go in and you get a great yearly physical, and then you think to yourself, you know, 4.5 months later, hey, you know what? Maybe I should get another one just for fun. It was so fun the first time. Let's get a second one, a bonus one. And so, he went in for that very common bonus physical. And, I can't help but notice that some of these things seem to be not aligning, as somebody who very much cares about Donald Trump's physical health. I just can't help but notice that, okay, so he's just so healthy and virile, he had to have a bonus health checkup. But now he's talking about additional things that happened at that, bonus physical. And, this headline, for example, earlier today, Trump says a recent MRI scan was perfect and he'd love a third term. Now, we'll set aside the second part of that headline for a second here, but because the first part is pretty interesting. Um, I'm not a doctor, but I have been in for some yearly physicals in my time, and I can't I can't help but notice that during my yearly physicals, they don't put me through an MRI machine. Um like that's not something they usually do, actually. Yeah, like, is this just, his brain was doing so good that they had to give him a bonus MRI? Kind of like the bonus physical he was going in to get? Like, maybe this was his 6th time getting a bonus physical, and so they punched the card and he got a free MRI scan, and it was just perfect, Like, it's like going to a sandwich place. Jack, I've had quite a few MRIs. This is not a normal procedure. Okay, so we're gonna scratch the theory that this was all just him getting a free one, and them saying, "What the heck? Live large, big guy," and then they gave him a free MRI. It didn't. That isn't what happened here, huh? Okay. President Trump made the comments on the second day of his trip to Asia. The Constitution limits presidents to 2 terms, but Mr. Trump has suggested he might try to circumvent it. Just now, if I had to take a look at the series of facts that I am being presented here, and again, granted, I'm just a Donald Trump health nut, a Donald Trump superfan who cares about Donald Trump's physical health and well being. And if I was just presented this information, no medical training, and the fact that his face is participating in the timeless act rather of power drooping. All the kids are doing it. Look it up. Power drooping. Where you droop one part of the face and then just that part of the face repeatedly over days. um he's participating in the power drooping. He's going in for bonus physicals unexpectedly and unscheduledly. And he's having problems with blood pressure, and also is being given bonus MRIs, I might say that perhaps this isn't a case of droop maxing, another term the kids come up with. It's not an example of droop maxing. It's not an example of uh just loving his health and going in extra soon. Seems to me that this might in fact be evidence that he's not doing so good. And especially because he's been going on Truth Social and trying to pick fights with AOC specifically and talking about like her IQ and then saying, "Oh, I could beat her in an IQ test." What they do is they bring you in and you have to remember, and it starts off easy. And then he lists like three different animals. I forget which ones they are. I didn't have this post up to read verbatim. I should. Let's see if I can grab that real quick because I just thought it was so bizarre to see. Where is it here? Do truly we just live in such a dumb time. Ah, yes. Here we go. I actually have the clip.
They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard, they're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine. The first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions. They have...
Yeah, so... Yeah, these are just tests he decided to take. He just, apropos of nothing, during his bonus physical, he decided to take these tests because, just for fun, to test his mental fortitude. You know how you guys are all going to your yearly physicals and then your bonus yearly physicals, and you sit down and you decide, hey, I'm going to test my mental fortitude by just, they're going to give me the hardest medical brain tests they got. And then they sit down and they ask you about, list the 3 animals in the correct order. Like, understand, and I forget who brought this up on Blue Sky, but someone brought up like the fact that almost certainly what's happening here is that they're telling Donald Trump that these are, essentially IQ tests. But if you are at all familiar with what is being tested here, it's a dementia test. It is a test for like short-term recall memory. Like it is designed to test whether or not he has the cognitive function to not be a threat to himself or others. And also, I can only tell you guys what I have seen other people attesting to, but folks who actually do this kind of testing say that he is getting the animals wrong. Um, so, take that with a grain of salt, of course. But yeah, basically all of this is kind of indicating extreme mental decline as well as like he's having strokes. And if he's having those miniature strokes, they are almost like those mini strokes are almost always indicative that there is a larger blockage on the way that could form. So a large one could be in his immediate future. Which hence the unexpected MRI, hence the bonus physical, hence the mental aptitude testing. Of course, he's mentally incompetent. Well, yeah, of course. Yes. I just can you imagine being the poor doctor having to administer this stuff without hurting his fifis? Can you imagine the doctor who has to do that and then understand that, like, hit the cabinet around Donald Trump almost certainly wants to basically just make him a vegetable and then, like, Trojan horse their own policies into him? Ugh. Also, Crockett graduated from the University of Houston Law Center in 2006 with the Juris Doctor and soon passed the bar exam. Yeah, no, like, all of these women are way more qualified and intellectually capable than he is, but, like, they're women of color. And, like, he views them as a valid target to hate monger against. He views them as weaker because he's a sexist and a racist, and he has been his entire life. You know? It's not even like, I'm sorry, it's not even that big of a stretch. You can just look at his public facing comments to know that he is both of those things, not to mention all of the litigation against him on both of those accounts. Like, he picks his targets here because of his biases and bigotries. And also, I just have to imagine, and this is kind of the last thing I have to say about this, but the reason we're seeing so much about putting his face on currency, putting his face on busts in the ballroom that he's building the ballroom at all, you know, his attempts to, like, in a way, like, care about his legacy, like when he talks on Fox News about whether or not he'll go to heaven, or when he is just, like, babbling and he talks about how he deserves, like, a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, all of this is because he's afraid he's dying. He's afraid. Dude is, like, getting some pretty nasty health news behind the scenes, and, like, he's worried about his legacy. And it's why he's talking about, like, oh man, I'd love a third term. And it's just like, it's just more legacy posturing to flatter his dying ego, you know? Yeah, no, like, dude has been talking about, like, how one of the reasons he wants to end wars is so that he can, like, go to heaven. Like, very, very weird. It's so, so, so frustrating. But I also want you all to understand, um, as all fellow folks who care about the health and well-being of Donald Trump, very, very deeply, um, you know, he might not actually be doing so hot. You know, I know the administration keeps putting out comments like he could lift a truck, but, like, he does not appear to be doing so hot in actuality. So, that being said, worth pointing out that this guy has been saying a lot of weird things about his potential passing. And I know that's impossible, seeing as he's so strong, he literally straddles the world between life and death, but it's true, he might actually be afraid of passing. Is Trump in the cool zone? We all in the cool zone, baby. God.
Jack, there's a story I'd like you to talk about if possible. A kid in Kenwood High School, Maryland almost got arrested because ICE security falsely labeled his Doritos as a gun.
Yes, I do plan to talk about that one, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated. And folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. And, you know, help the channel grow. There we go. Segment 1 done. Cha-cha. And we got a little button to help you know what to do when the segment is done, folks. We've been going for almost an hour. Here you go. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. There we go, folks! If we hit 400 subs tonight, we will be adding some analog horror to the mix. And also, we will reveal what the next goal will be. And folks, also consider supporting the show with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats, etc. Every $5 goes towards the sub count. And also, you know, helps me to not die. Disabled Caps Lock, thank you for the membership. Appreciated. Let's go! That brings us to 350. Let's go, folks! Pick the butt, pick the butt. Pick the butt, pick the butt. Jack, there's bad news on the main Senate race. Oh, I'm aware. Well, also, Dyra Smith Rodriguez was polling with literally not even 0% because no one in the polling selected her as a candidate. So, yeah. Let's get that room tour and legs. It's true. If you guys hit 50, I will also do a room tour. It's getting subby around here. My family receives SNAP. Trump will not break us. The British couldn't break my ancestors with hunger, and the modern day monarchist wannabes won't either. Hell yeah, Farm Emo. Let's go. And I am gonna incorporate this into we are gonna talk about SNAP, of course. But folks, always worth at this point, now that the federal government is beginning to fail us, start calling your local state officials to start and encourage them to start doing actions locally to support those who are losing benefits. Because it's pretty crucial that there be some community action oriented towards supporting those in your community that need help to get
Pulls
food.
out a comically large mallet and winds up a big ol' Baba Booey on some subless names.
Ho ho ho! Travis T, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on riverboat.gg. Very much appreciated. My god, Jedi Master Abby with 10 gifted memberships as well. My god. All right, you guys killing it. Looks like I'm gonna have to like speed run some of this content. Could my congresswoman help in the mutual aid effort? She is a local rep after all. Absolutely. But also worth reaching out to like your state level rep and your governor and like the mayor of your town. Like those three, you should start considering calling them because they also work for you. And we should start making sure our communities up to and including the state level actually provide as much as they can. Yes, disabled caps lock. Riverboat.gg over here for folks who want to chat on screen. And you also get a ton of crazy emotes, and you get like little pronoun blurbs, and also there's an offline chat too, so folks can just like chill when I'm not online. Am I in New York City? No, I am in Minnesota. I am a Midwest girl. Rice and beans, very cheap and quite tasty. Yep, rice, beans, and spices can go a long, long way. Yeah, I don't live in New York City, but I am voting here in the Minneapolis mayoral election if anyone wants to do some last-minute phone banking for Omar Fateh. What is the bad news about the main Senate race? Some reporting from CNN came out indicating that like dude knew about the Nazi tattoo, and I'm just kind of done with that entire situation. I'm gonna stay in my lane and see where where the chips fall when that primary finishes. But yep, I am guessing that it is not going to be as big of a deal from what we saw on the ground. Um, both in terms of turnout to his events as this scandal has continued, and polling that includes, voter sentiment since since the scandal dropped. It like doesn't seem like the people of Maine really care about that as much. A lot of them are willing to say, "Oh, we all made mistakes." So I like my position is pretty like, oh, all of the potential trust that I had is burned to the ground, but I guess it doesn't really matter if these people are going to elect him. We'll find out altogether whether or not he's trustworthy. Hey, Profane Priestess. As a Mainer, it's going to be forgotten. I mean, you're probably correct. Just I was unaware of like how hard Maine was going in on this guy, and like it's nuts. Like it's absolutely nuts. So like I don't think really anything else that could come out is nearly as bad as what has come out already, and I think he's probably got it in the bag. Um my Again, the polling seems to indicate he's like outmatching Collins. Um Curious about a potential matchup. Trying to see in this breakdown where the matchup in the general. Oh shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think Graham Plattner uh does really well in a matchup against Susan Collins. Like his favorability among voters in Maine is insanely high. Like It's
A
over
coworker of
20
mine got
points
Nordic
higher.
rune knuckle tattoos because they kick asterisk 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 and he's asatru. Little did he know, he would have Nazis saying, "Hell yeah brother," at him. He's had to punch some Nazis.
Good for him. You know, like if you're gonna get those tattoos, like there's a part of me where it's like, yeah, you better you better be kicking their asses when they compliment you on them. Um, God, yeah. Look, I again, I've said more than enough on this one. My takeaway is like the people in Maine are gonna vote for who they vote for. Uh, I am. I he needs to earn his trust from me. Like again, I don't know him. I don't have any idea about his, how he's going to vote as a leader, how he's going to demonstrate that, and that is what I care about, you know. And we'll see how he does. Is CNN correct about this? I mean, it's the second corroboration or the first corroboration of what I saw published in Jewish Insider. So, you know, we'll see. Like how I feel about it and what I feel people should do is relatively irrelevant if overwhelmingly Maine is going to elect this guy to go into the general, right? So, kind of where I'm at is like, oh boy, I'm glad I'm not voting in Maine. Um, Plattner has caused a friction on the left. I've seen some friendships burned over Plattner and toxicity in another server. Yeah, I mean, people feel very strongly about fucking Holocaust SS tattoos. Yeah, like people are entitled to feel how they feel about it. It's just wild seeing the he's an Antifa Nazi. Yeah, like I do think that at heart, I think he means his policies, but like at this point, I'm just kind of like I. That being said, certain amount of judgment there that uh, I the judgment on his part was questionable for sure. Um. Anyway, we're gonna move on beyond that. Let's see. Okay, y'all ready? Let's talk about AI. You ready to talk about AI? So dumb, so stupid. God. All right, here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about this new and wonderful age of AI that we live in. Because, of course, all kinds of exciting opportunities are opening up every day. All kinds of new business endeavors and ways that AI can improve all of our lives. Things that you love, like having AI inserted into that perfectly functional phone that you love to use. And now it's just generating content all over the place that makes no sense. Hey, aren't you happy to have a spell check that's measurably worse from where it was years ago? Isn't that just the best? I know I love it. Anyway, let's take a look at how things are going over in Albania. Now, if you remember a few weeks ago, or maybe even a few months ago, time is weird in the current timeline we inhabit. Albania installed an AI minister. Now, you might be thinking, oh, Jack, surely you mean a minister in charge of AI. No, actually. I mean a literal minister that is an AI. Let's check in and see how that's going, shall we? Oh, Albania's AI minister is pregnant with 83 children, says Prime Minister Edi Rama. Huh. So they installed they installed a lady AI as a minister and immediately impregnated her. And what exactly does it mean for an AI to be pregnant in this case? Albania's Prime Minister Edi Rama has announced that Diela, the country's AI-generated Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, is pregnant with 83 digital assistants, one for each Socialist Party member of parliament. So, uh, yeah, not only are they using this thing to make actual decisions that will affect actual real world people, they are also then using her to train special AI assistant tools for other members of the government to use. Now, of course, if you're wondering, well, wait a minute, Jack, that sounds utterly insane. Uh, and Here is his full quote that he delivered in Berlin. "We took quite a risk today with Diella here, and we did very well. So for the first time, Diella is pregnant, and with 83 children." He explained the role of the assistants, adding, quote, "Each one will serve as an assistant for them who will participate in parliamentary sessions and will keep a record of everything that happens and will suggest members of parliament. These children will have the knowledge of their mother." Now, I can't even begin to really emphasize how much of a security threat it is to have a bunch of highly suggestible AIs that are created and maintained by a corporation, uh essentially having full access and knowledge of written government documents from the highest echelons of said government. Um, surely nothing could go wrong. Surely, for example, AI hallucinations wouldn't, potentially impact actual legislating in Albania. Here's another one, all right? For example, if you go for coffee and forget to come back to work, this child will say what was said when you were not in the hall and will say who you
This
should
is a sad attempt
counterattack.
to humanize it. I can't get pregnant. He gets just word games.
I mean, it's not even look. It's not an attempt to humanize it because, like, if you're talking about a woman being pregnant with 83 children, then you don't think of women as human, right? You think of women as like a subservient role. If you're just like, yeah, we impregnated the first woman AI and 83 babies. No, no, no. This is weird as hell. This is weird as hell. Um, but like it's literally talking about how the AI will listen to parliament debate for you in order to like tell each politician how they should go about attacking their political rivals. Like, this is some absolute nonsense. This is just data collection at like a frankly a criminal level. If we had any kinds of like safety guards or roadblocks against unethical usage of this technology, they should have been hit by this particular endeavor already. We got nothing left, you know? Um all of those AI tech bros, they want to maximize the level of evil and the level of influence their technology can have, which is why they are just going full blast. They don't care if people will die as a result of this. They don't care if people like become injured or like mentally incompetent as a
I'm but a
result of
simple city
this.
boy. We don't talk none about them artificial intelligence. We talk about real things like crypto and NFTs.
God, I mean, it's just CR Rent. Thank you for the $20 dono. Very, very much appreciated. But like, it's genuinely like the guy who comes into town to fleece everyone over a handful of magic beans. It's just, oh yeah, the magic bean man is here. Let's give him all of our money and he will solve our problems. I mean, like, look at this. Here's from Tesla. Tesla just launched a Mad Max mode for its full self-driving feature. Now, I want to just really ask you all to get into the headspace of AI developers or the in more, real terms, the businessmen who are behind these folks, because businessmen are stupid, right? They are stupid. We are rapidly nearing like the precipice of like mass societal damage as a result of these technologies, because what the Mad Max Tesla driving feature is exactly what you would think it is. It's basically you allow Tesla full self-drive to drive in a riskier and more dangerous fashion. So that means it speeds, it means it makes riskier turns, it means it does like it is uh exactly what it says on the tin. When they talk about Mad Max mode, they mean the driving from Mad Max. This is going to get people killed, and we know that because full self-drive
Car,
already gets people
initiate
killed.
Mad Max mode. Car, witness me explosions.
I mean, well, Mott, thank you for the $5 super chat. It's just that, like, we already know that full self-drive from Tesla's cars kills people. Like, it will drive through if like a bus has its stop sign out and kids are getting off the bus or trying to cross the street, it will just drive through that. It will just drive through like painted images on a wall. It will like already have difficulty detecting like people of color who are in the crosswalk. So like, this is, what if we just allowed our full self-driving vehicles to be even less safe? Which is nuts. Remember the Trap Cybertruck has 0 crumple zones? Exactly. Like if you're driving in like a Cybertruck,
Ah
you're
yes,
just a
business
murder
school, a
device.
college education for people do dumb for academia and not charismatic enough for politics.
I mean, true. Like, God, it's deeply, deeply frustrating. Um, let's take a look. Yeah. So, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is launching an investigation into it. So that's from earlier this month, after Tesla following dozens of complaints of its EVs running stop signs or crossing into oncoming traffic while operating under full service drive. Now, according to Reuters, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is seeking more information on the automaker about Mad Max mode. Like, quote, Tesla is deliberately programming cars to exceed speed limits and drive aggressively, putting everyone on our roads at risk. This Mad Max rollout is the latest iteration of Tesla's preference for aesthetics and sales over safety, and I urge regulators to take action to prevent this technology from becoming unleashed. said Brett Schreiber, founding partner at the firm that won the aforementioned wrongful death lawsuit at the hands of Full Self Drive. Like, no, that like exactly what they're doing is just saying, look at this cool feature. It'll allow you to drive dangerously. It's like you're already driving dangerously. I do think Musk wants all pores dead. No, he absolutely does, right? Like, he's the kind of guy who watches RoboCop and is like, yeah, RoboCop is sweet as hell. Without any kind of reflection about any single feature of that film. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say that this feature being unlocked and available on Tesla's cars should be grounds, again, in a functional country, to like have these cars ruled unfit for American roads. Like, if you have this feature available to folks who are driving, they're gonna use it. They're gonna use it, and it's gonna like get people killed. And now you might be saying, well, okay, but look, it's not like AI technology would ever say, I don't know, flag someone down who has a gun when they don't have a gun. You know? AI would never erroneously detect that someone has, say, a gun. Maybe it's useful in those surveillance situations where people need to be kept safe. Surely. And if you're thinking, Jack, that sounds oddly specific.
Remember, Musk wants a legion of children. Right. That's weird. He's weird and also bad.
Yeah, also remember that Elon Musk wants a legion of children in the same way Jeffrey Epstein wanted a legion of children. Because they both have like this sicko idea about spreading their seed across the face of the earth. Because they believe humans haven't reproduced enough. They're just both sickos, right? And well, if you thought I was giving a very oddly specific example earlier, here's a local story out of Baltimore. I don't think a chip bag should be mistaken for a gun. Student shocked by school's AI detection mishap. So the Kenwood High School here had AI installed along with its security cameras in order to identify potential threats. And this AI identified the potato chip bag that one of the students had in their hands as a gun. So, that seems bad. That actually seems like it could get people killed pretty easily. Let's take a look.
WMER2 News at 11 starts right now.
You're watching Maryland's first television station. Now, WMAR2 News at 11.
A false alarm at Kenwood High School led to an intense situation for one student. WMAR2 News' Raven Payne tells us why the AI security system triggered a large police response.
Not a potato chip bag. I'm getting reports from the ground, not a potato chip bag, a corn chip bag. More at 11.
It was an ordinary day for 16-year-old Kenwood High School student Takai Allen. After football practice, he sat outside the school with his friends, waiting to be picked up. He ate a bag of Doritos and crumpled it up in his pocket when he was done. But he had no idea that action would lead to guns in his face 20 minutes later.
Police showed up, like 8 cop cars, and then they all came out with guns pointing at me, talking about getting on the ground. And I was putting my hands up. I was like, what's going on? And he told me to get on my knees and arrested me and put me in cuffs.
Officers searched him, then found the empty bag by the door. He says an officer then showed him a picture from the AI detection system the school uses, saying the crumpled up chip bag looked like a firearm. Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers says the system worked how it was meant to.
The program is based on human verification, and in this case, the program did what it was supposed to do, which was to signal an alert and for humans to take a look to find out if there was cause for concern.
Yeah, but the humans that are taking a look to see if there's cause for concern shouldn't be armed police officers. Like, like you can't be like, ah, yes, it relies on human verification. You see, it did what it was supposed to do, and then we terrorized and put a teenager's life in danger because of that. And if you're like, oh, what do you mean, Jack? Police would never shoot an unarmed black teenager. I don't think you've been paying enough attention to American police officers.
In that moment.
I don't think no chip bag should be mistaken for a gun at all.
The school's principal.
Yeah, his family should absolutely sue the school over this, because there's no world in which like kids should be like getting armed officers responding to them because they ate a bag of chips and crumpled it up the wrong way. Like, this is an unacceptable level of just horrific nonsense.
Kate Smith sent a letter to parents saying, in part, please know that ensuring the safety of our students and school community is one of our highest priorities. But Takai says Smith didn't come to speak to him until 3 days after the incident happened.
I was expecting them to at least come up to me after the situation or the day after. But 3 days later, that just shows, like, do you really care? Or are you just doing it because the superintendent called me?
He says the principal asked him how he was and to come to her if he needed anything. Now
okay, wait a minute. Is this lady earlier in the video, right? No, this is the superintendent. Damn, the superintendent is like still standing for this system. Like, if you're a child, obviously you wouldn't feel safe going to like the principal when like both the principal and the superintendent are defending the system. It's like disgusting.
Be mistaken for a gun at all.
The school's principal, Kate Smith, sent a letter to parents saying, in part, please know that ensuring the safety of our students and school community is one of our highest priorities. But Takai says Smith didn't come to speak to him until 3 days after the.
I mean, what needed to happen, you need to disconnect that AI system from your school. Because Lord knows that like taxpayers are probably paying like millions of dollars for that AI system to operate. Like, get it out of there. There is no reason students should be worried about eating a bag of chips at school because they think maybe the cops will be called on them. Like, there's no reason for this.
The incident happened.
I was expecting them to at least come up to me after the situation or the day after. But 3 days later, that just shows, like, do you really care? Or are you just doing it because the superintendent called me?
He says the principal asked him how he was and to come to her if he needed anything. Now he feels on edge at a place where he's supposed to feel safe.
Now I don't feel like sometimes after practice I don't go outside more. Like, I don't, because if I go outside, I don't think I'm safe enough to go outside. Especially eating a bag of chips or drinking something. So I just gonna go out there, or I just stay in the building until the ride comes.
He thinks the school should invest in more accurate technology so this doesn't happen again. Superintendent Rogers tells us she'll review the notification process and consider changes. In Baltimore County, Raven Payne at WMAR 2 News.
God. So, all of this being said indicates that there are some pretty deep flaws in the way AI is being rolled out in basically every conceivable part of our lives, right? Like, it is just kind of bad all over the place. But you know what? I decided, hey, you know what, Jack? I shouldn't, maybe I'm the one who's wrong here. Okay, maybe I just need to open myself up to the potential fun of AI. And now, many of you know that my past expertise in journalism is really rooted in video games. I have written for a number of different video game outlets over the years. And, well, what interested me the other day is something that I showed in a previous AI segment, which is the video game AI, this infinite adventure AI. And I am here to just say, let's give it a shot. Maybe we're all wrong. Heads up, keep in mind this is an open source project using publicly available models. It's insanely early demo of what's to come, and is far from perfect today. Don't expect magic. Go in with an open mind. It's cool. Alright, I understand. Choose your Odyssey? Wowee! Whoa! Look at us! We're playing a Vimeo game! There we go. Restart. Oh, hell yeah. Oh man, I love it. Look at this. The next generation of video games. Cut to the right and climb the fire escape. Whoa! Look at that. It's like playing the future. Okay, so we've got 3 different options. Counter snipe from cover, clear the rooftop route to the north, leap the gap to the next roof toward uptown, or kick in the door, go interior, pop out a block north. Why do we care about anything that's happening? Who cares? Just consume it, fucker! Oh, that's right. You think we're controlling any of this? We're not. The entire game is just choosing different options. We could either sprint the catwalk north, drop the drone and move, or smoke out, take bus. Oh, I can't. I need to pay. I need to pay if I want to do the more advanced options. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna sprint to the north. Oh, hell yeah. Just, yeah, oh man, I love this. Look at that. What's happening? The future, fuckers! This is a future video game. It's so realistic and fun. This'll be 80
what
bucks.
door it's a roof. These props make no sense.
No, they don't. They don't. The entire point of this is that this is all stupid bullshit that is designed to trick stupid investors, i.e. businessmen in venture capitalist rooms. That's it. What they're doing here is just very transparent pitch decking to the wealthy idiots who are controlling billions, if not trillions of dollars in venture capital, right? That's what this is. Replay scene! Wow! Man, I love how Fulton Street turns into Fulton Street. It's so, and the way they have street signs at 2 stories up. I love when the street signs are 2 stories up. It's really nice and good and useful. And this is as far as we can go without like paying for anything. Paste your Gemini API key below. No thanks. You just know they got paid a lot of money to make this stupid slop. They did. So, just for those of you without video game expertise, this is what we call complete and utter bullshit. It's a technical term reserved for games that are terrible, not fun, and will never be fun. It's crazy how that works. Anyway, this is where we're at. This is Infinite Adventure Games. We played for two seconds before getting
If I
stuck.
paid for something like this, I'd need to hide that expense from my wife for the rest of my life.
Yeah, no, 1000%. Honestly, one of the things we need to do as a society, and I do firmly believe this, we need to bring back a sense of social shame around the use of AI. Because I think right now a lot of people are just like, oh no, 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 it's totally fine, it's the future or whatever. But like, I think we need to make more people aware that this is just anti-human. And when you're engaging with this technology, you're just you're shitting on everything that human beings value. Yeah, like it's fine if you want just content slop, but like you need to be siloed. You know, you need to be in your own world with the rest of the sloppers because like you need to experience some degree of shame over this particular indulgence, especially considering like the world killing costs of the technology, whether it is poisoning people who live around data centers or like siphoning off the vast majority of our energy generation that or you know like just killing off uh rainforests and putting out so many emissions into the world. God. Serious question, is the CPU in the games I play AI or is that different? It is different. Um, in a lot of cases, it's just scripted like decision making of like if blank then blank kind of behaviors. It's not the same thing as a large language model,
If
which is
I
a very
paid for something
specific
like
type of
this,
AI.
I'd have to find a wife so I could hide the cost from her winking face.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And all of this really brings me to a final point here, which is that all of this technology is horrifically broken and it's not going to become fixed. Like AI hallucination is kind of baked into how this technology works. And you know, the more like the traditional idea is the more data you feed these large language models, like the better and more accurate at understanding human behavior they'll be. But that's not true because we're finding out that if you start feeding like human memes to AI, it actually causes their neural like capacity to degrade. Like they become even less accurate and more prone to insane hallucinatory nonsense. Um and also we're just in a world right now where all of the investment capital is going into this hallucinatory garbage machine. You know, it's not going to suddenly make a bunch of money. Like it's basically just selling like for example, like this infinite adventure bullshit. This is just trying to sell the idea to large video game publishers that oh, you don't actually need to pay people to make a video game. You can just buy this AI and it will generate a video game and then you can clean it up with real people after the fact. And like it's good it's going to be the worst garbage you've ever seen in your life, you know? On top of that, like you've got people wanting to do this in Hollywood films. You got people wanting to do this and the entire thrust of it is get rid of people doing these jobs so that the folks on the top can make more and more money without any kind of like workers to rely on. Except again, the technology doesn't work. So what we're left with is a bunch of increasingly desperate men at the top of these crazy house of card tech companies that have invested hundreds of billions or a collective trillions of dollars into this technology. None of them are turning a profit whatsoever. None of them are remotely close to turning a profit. And in a bid to continue to grow and get bigger and more investors, you got headlines coming out like this. Here's futurism. Trump administration providing weapons grade plutonium to Sam Altman. You guys are telling me. Okay, you guys are telling me that you can't trust Iran with even sub weapons grade plutonium. But you can definitely trust the guy who made a device that convinces teenagers to kill themselves. You can trust him. You can trust him with the weapons grade plutonium. Like, genuinely, it is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. In one of his wildest money moves to date, the Financial Times reports that Trump is now offering companies access to plutonium from America's arsenal of Cold War nuclear missiles. This is insane. On Tuesday, the U.S. Department of Energy launched an application for interested parties to apply for access to a maximum of 19 metric tons, a little under 42,000 pounds of weapons-grade plutonium, which has long been a key resource undergirding the U.S. nuclear arsenal. Dog. Yeah, we're talking 19 tons of weapons grade plutonium. God. One of the companies anticipated to receive shipments of the fissile isotope from the Department of Energy is Oklo, a nuclear startup backed and formerly chaired by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Oklo was one of 4 U.S. companies chosen by the DOE to join a new pilot program meant to rush the testing and approval of experimental reactor designs. Oh boy! Hell yeah! Look, AI designing experimental nuclear reactors. Aren't you excited for the experimental nuclear reactors that they're gonna try and build in your backyard? God.
Something I started saying is I has less critical thinking than a cat because it doesn't think, it only copies.
No, it's true. Here's the thing. There's no thinking going on. There's no thinking going on, okay? And I've tried to explain this in a bunch of different ways, but you're basically being tricked. When you're talking with a large language model, it's not thinking. It isn't like doing what you and I do. It isn't doing the process of critical analysis. It is Googling across all kinds of metadata and coming up with statistically the most likely combination of words that you want to hear. This is why it reinforces all of your pre-existing biases. This is one of the reasons why conservatives love it and use it all the time. And it is, I mean, it's a mechanical Turk. I mean, in a sense, yeah. One of my go-to examples for nerds out there to understand what AI large language models are is the anime Frieren or the manga Frieren, where they have demons, and demons are essentially creatures that have evolved to predate on humans. And what that means is that they can do all of the social and emotional labor that humans require, but at the end of the day, they aren't us, and their only driving, desire is to consume us. And so they don't have friendships or feelings or loyalties. They just want to get you into a position of vulnerability and then destroy you and like feed upon you. And so like that's what is happening with large language models. They take advantage of your desire to attribute humanness to something else, and it does a human-like behavior, responding in a chat. And the issue is it's not a human, it can never be human, and it does not think like a human thinks. And the only reason it is being put into your life is to siphon more data from you. The only reason large language models are being made freely available is so that they can consume you, so that they can consume your knowledge. They are literally there to eat you alive. And it is, something I think we should all keep in mind, especially given the fact that this technology doesn't work and it's not going to work. And this bubble is going to burst, and it's going to burst hard. Salmon Moose says, I heard an interesting analogy that's also apt. AI is like the gold rush. The people who will keep the money are the ones selling overpriced shovels, not the gold miners. Only in this case, the shovels are chips and Nvidia is the shovel sellers. Yeah, Nvidia is probably going to be fine no matter what happens. But like, the fact that so much of the global economy, or at the very least so much of the US economy, is currently just AI speculation, and we're now giving these people weapons grade plutonium. I don't know, guys, seems bad. That's my really nuanced take here, which is um it seems bad. Yeah. Yeah, Liz Galahad kind of summarizing the idea of demons from Freeren with crying out mother when demons don't have parents. Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine. When has a tech bro solution ever backfired?
Yeah, it's not like we all witnessed the .com bubble or anything. Ha 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 ha. What if we just combined the Enron scandal with the .com bubble? What if we did that? What if we just combined both of those and what we just made it as big as possible? What if we did that? What if the final pyramid scheme was also the .com bubble, Just God. Uh it's all just awful, and I wish I had better news for
The
you
demons
guys.
of Freeren are the methods of fascism raised to an axiomatic good. Might makes right because might is right, and whoever's the mightiest can freely dominate and consume the weak.
I mean, yeah, that is kind of the stand-in for fascism. It is the literal death cult of the demons. At least the books written about this age will be interesting. Oh my god. I hope I get to read them one day. I'm sure they'll be funny. Fuck it, throw in Ponzi too. Exactly. All right, folks, if you enjoyed that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, click the buttons, do the things that help the channel, leave a comment. Comments help the channel a lot. And let's keep on going. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2
I
tier 1
just want to sell
subs.
people on the idea of selling people decorative burial chambers in deserts.
Honestly, that would be a much more honest living, you know? Like, we could bring back
Remember
decorative
when
burial
Elon wanted to
chambers.
put Neuralink in our brains and killed a bunch of monkeys? Yeah, screw that guy, just something I was thinking about.
Remember when Elon Musk is still doing exactly that? Like, they're still doing that. God. They're eating the checks. They're eating the balances. uh Stickers for cookers. I like you. You should stick around. Um God. When Jack talks about AI, she means large language model and image generators, probably also voice mimicry programs as well. Yeah, I mean, the image generators and the mimicker programs, those are all predicated on like those large language models. It's the same fundamental thing, right? Like you have one, like AI for video games, you have if then statements, like if player is in position X, Y happens, etc. Right? Um, Whereas in large language models, it is generating what it thinks you want to see based on your input, right? It is a fundamentally different thing that relies on stealing from all of us and then processing in almost incalculable amounts of data on the back end before then regurgitating what it thinks you want to see, right? It's a much bigger and like more complicated and shittier version of just doing if then statements. And honestly, the if then statements aren't really that comparable altogether.
Rip literal pyramid scheme joke.
Look, sometimes I'm too autistic for those jokes, Tanuki, because I'm like, you know what? I would like to build an elaborate tomb in the middle of the desert. That does sound pretty cool, because I always understood why people did that. Just seems neat. Wouldn't you, if you had the opportunity, build some kind of elaborate tomb with death traps in it? I think that would be fun.
Look at my AI-generated cover of a Green Day song, but now it's Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny's voice. Ain't life grand?
Fuck. Oh, God. All right. Now, I do want to say you guys have, in fact, hit our sub goal. But before we do the room tour, gotta play you a little song to help you remember what to do. You know, large language models are not like if-then trees. You're right.
Click a button. Click a button.
That's a bad example.
Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button.
See
click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
Get good rest.
Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click click button. Click 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 button.
Click that goddamn button, chat. Also, I want to say there are almost 400 people watching the YouTube stream right now, and there are 174 likes, and I think you guys can make it to 200 likes. I believe in you guys, and I will not reward you by telling you what a good chat you are until you hit 200 likes, okay? Now, I did say that I would give you guys a little bit of a room tour. I did say that. So, I'm going to give you guys a room tour. You guys ready? You guys ready for me to pick you up? The art is not hung yet. That is one of the downsides, right? And you guys ready? 200, let's go. Hell yeah. All right, time for me to pick you up. Don't go anywhere. Sound might get bad. Gotta make sure it remains plugged in. Okay. So over here. Okay. We've got this. We got a Pikachu in an Eevee outfit hung on that light, and then a Pikachu or an Eevee in a Pikachu costume, and an Elcor over there. We got obviously a Jackalope there. We've got a black couch, which you can't see very well. So bright. There's a vanity that I think we found in the garbage, and a television on top of it, so I can just kind of relax and look up stuff for the show. There's some art. There's a Witcher 3 statuette I got at E3 several years back, more than several years back, and a piece of art from my friend Jenna, and a piece of Peepo art behind that. And over here, see my chair and lights and weights are down there someplace. And yeah, it's not a big room. It is not a big room. Yes, it is two rugs. So the sound might be a little bit better. It's still a little echoey, but we're gonna get more stuff in. And yeah, there's a blanket bag over there, and yeah, the couch is actually just a love seat, not a full-sized couch, but it is large enough for me to just kind of lay out and stretch out on, which is kind of what I need. After one of these shows, I need to just like stare into the void, you know? You had all that drama built for a room that small? Yeah! It wasn't a big room, guys. It was just two tiny storage rooms smashed together. It was not a big room. I do have headphone imprints on the hair. True. What a sacred space. Thank you, Rod Ramuz. Now, folks, I need to go use the bathroom. When I return, we're going to cover SNAP stuff, the end of SNAP benefits due to the government shutdown. And we are also going to talk about Zoran's final speech. Well, we're going to talk about SNAP, actually, and then we're going to do... we're going to do Kaiji. Yeah. So when I come back, we're going to do SNAP benefits, and then we're going to do Kaiji the stage play, which you guys have unlocked. And then after that, we're going to do Zoran, followed by Analog Horror. You guys have unlocked it all. And I'm here to tell you that at 600, we will do another Rudyard video, because he has 2 new video essays up, and we can in fact do those. So one of them I will all be subjected to. Do you think it was a snap?
Do you think it was a snap decision?
All right. Be back in a few minutes, folks.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold. Open to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. They've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son. battles won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
This is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see Cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes, themselves they do disclose, by verses not in prose, to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law, to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round, stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round, stand up now. The gentry are all round, on each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound, to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down, stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down, stand up now. Your houses they pull down, to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down, and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin, stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin, stand up now. To rescue they advise, such fury they devised. The devil in them lies, and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in, stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in, stand up now. The clergy they come in, and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have, stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have, and lawyers their frees crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests, stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests, stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and cloth. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold, to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold. Stand up now, diggers all.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more water.
No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Thank you.
Would
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
We are back, everyone.
Working men when they stand
hand in hand. All right. We are back. Did I fall in the toilet? No, I had to have a serious conversation about some life things that are going on that I don't want to talk about on stream. Needless to say, it was a necessary conversation. And thank you all for being very, very patient. Ashley, you get good sleep, and thank you for helping to invent the internet, and also for being so patient and hanging around. Oof. How we doing? Mamdani ran a perfect campaign. The race ain't over yet. I know. You think I wrote that? I didn't fucking know. Come on. Ah. All right. How we doing? Don't tell me Mamdani lost. No, like the election hasn't happened yet. But he did his final like rally speech because like the election is right around the corner, like November 2nd or 4th. What day is it? November 4th. Thank you, Hoi Polloi, and the Kitsune Cavalier, and Banana Brains. Yeah, no, November 4th, but like we're in the final stretch of campaign events. Like it's a week away. Welcome back. Thank you, that one American.
Everyone remember to take your meds and moisten your insides and your feet. With some cool delicious water, cuddle your blahage tight and play your MTG or your Warhammer, you adorable nerds anyway. Here's a moist and dripping version of Wonderwall UWU.
Thank you, Ben Shapiro's Moist Furby Feet, for the $5 dono. All right. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about SNAP benefits being cut off. Yeah. Let's jump into it, shall we? Also, hello everyone again. Very sorry it took me so long to get back here. And I think we up to date. I think we're up to date on all of the funds, all of the subs and donos. Yeah. There we go. Stay moist, stay fresh. Indeed. Always. Moist and fresh. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that essentially the Trump administration is trying to do cuts to SNAP and any food assistance federal programs that may exist because they're evil ghouls. And they think that they can, in fact, get away with cutting off food assistance to everyday working Americans and simultaneously steal the health care that keeps millions of people in this country alive. We're talking like 10 million plus people alive. And so, you know, the thing that people need to eat in order to stay alive, as well as the healthcare they need to have in order to stay alive, those are both, as you might imagine, pretty important factors in the entire conversation. And I do want to say credit to some outlets and journalists out there who are still willing to stand up and tell the truth, okay? Because Rolling Stone over here, Congress enjoys ultra lux health care as it fights to gut yours. This is the kind of like this is the kind of fight we need to see in mainstream media outlets. It doesn't mince words here. Like, Republicans want to strip healthcare from Americans so badly they've shut down the government. Which, like, it's the 27th. This should be like this should have been the story on day one. This should have been the story day one. You know? And the fact that it's not is a pretty big indictment against the Democrats. But like, not only that, most mainstream media is pretty complicit with this shutdown. Here's Mike Johnson talking about the reasons for the shutdown.
The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't, not in the Senate. 60 votes control the Senate, not a bare majority. And so point number one, Democrat votes are required to open the government.
Like, this motherfucker is standing up in front of the entire country in order to essentially say, no, the Republicans don't control all of the branches of government. No. You see, in this one specific instance, Republicans don't have a supermajority in the Senate, and therefore we don't control the government. It's absurd. It's absurd. You have majorities in the Senate, in the House, and you have a majority in the judicial branch, on the Supreme Court. You have the presidency. You control the entirety of our current political system. And to say, oh no, in this case, the Democrats actually really control the Senate, when you're the Senate majority leader. Like, that's... No, sorry. John Thune is the Senate majority leader. Mike Johnson here is the majority leader in the House for the Republicans. Like, man, this isn't the Democrats doing this. This isn't the Democrats have shut down the government. This is Republicans have gutted your healthcare and and are coming for your social security, and they're gutting your SNAP benefits and food assistance programs writ large, and like, they're trying to place the blame on Democrats. And like, no one in this room, like, Mike Johnson is delivering this address to a room full of ostensibly journalists, and not a single one of them asks, hey, who's in charge of the House? Which political party controls each three branches of government? Like, just basic questions, basic follow-up questions would actually, like, solve this. But none of the voices in that room are willing to speak up. They are kowtowing to power rather than to truth. It is an indictment against our entire system. And so, understand that one of the things that we are currently facing down is that SNAP benefits on November 1st are going to be cut off. And so a lot of folks aren't going to get the money they need for the food they need for their families. And this is going to be a huge problem. It's already, like, I can see it affecting members of this community already. And what we all need to do is that we need to start reaching out to our local our local pillars of support, whether that is, local government, state government, even in order to try and influence them to do stuff. I would recommend calling your mayor and call your state level representatives as well as your governor and tell them, hey, we need help. What are you going to do for your constituents? I need to feed my family. And we need to make sure that the people who are ostensibly in charge of our various states, of our various cities, we need to make sure that they understand that there is a growing need for them to provide the most basic thing in your community, food. And there is, even if you are not someone who relies on SNAP or like any kind of federal assistance for food, folks, be ready to step up in this next week or so to join your local orgs that are fighting hunger in your communities, whether it's a food bank or some kind of outreach project. Like, make sure you are thinking about how to incorporate food into your community action, And I think that can affect a lot of knock-on things. Maybe take this as an opportunity to push for like free meals at school. For the kids, free breakfast, lunch at school. All right. Folks need to start getting more ingrained and used to making those asks and demands on the local and state level. Okay. And there are going to be folks who don't know how to do that. Help them get onboarded and help them start taking those actions as well. Because don't underestimate, especially like we're used to now as a community calling our national level representatives, the folks in Congress or in the House and the Senate. We're not so used to calling our local and state level elected officials. And I can guarantee you guys, your calls hit harder on the local level because they're getting less calls, generally speaking. So we need to start, especially in the government shutdown, you need to start looking around at different orgs in the local area. Queer community centers or just community centers in general are a good place. Libraries are a good place to reach out or to see if you can develop some kind of food assistance program with your local library. Often you'll find some that are game to engage with you in that way. There are a lot of different things you can do, and it's time to start looking around to see what you can do. I will say it is possible to influence your governments, right? For example, here's Tim Walz talking about the importance of helping Minnesotans get food. He's announced $4 million in emergency spending for food shelves here in Minnesota. And my response to that is, that's great. That is not going to cover what is necessary in the current moment. Like we need more. And like what a lot of politicians are trying to do is virtue signal only, but we need to like combine the virtue signal with actual movement of resources, because virtue signaling doesn't feed families. And we need our local and state level politicians to be willing to get out there and actually take action for folks on the ground. And credit where credit is due, Tim Walz went and did a day stocking shelves at food banks. Let's just take a look.
We make food available. The network on these chefs to make sure that they're... Yeah. Well, good morning, everyone. Jason, thank you. to everyone here at Open Door. Thank you to Rachel and the food group. You're going to hear from Commissioner Brown for Children, Youth, and Family. You're going to hear, there's legislators up here, mayors, and 1,000 volunteers that'll come through here and work at any given time on these shifts to make sure that their neighbors have enough food. It is not a privilege to have food, it's a human right to have food. And in the most abundant food supply of any country on earth in the United States, and us being at the heart of that heartland of food production, it's absolutely unnecessary for people to go hungry. And we have made an effort. We as Minnesotans have made a concerted effort to make sure that...
Why is the audio always scuffed? C-SPAN does not prioritize audio.
Food security is a priority, whether it's breakfast and lunch for all of our children, whether it's increasing the child tax credit to make sure they have that, increasing MFIB, and making sure that we're able to deliver it as quickly as possible. The network of folks who work in food security is nothing short of amazing across this state. And be very, very clear, I had some statistics here for you that maybe 9 million visits a year in Minnesota. We have over 440,000 Minnesotans needing SNAP benefits. And just so those folks out there who want to get a Grinchy hard-on or something, 38% of them are children and 18% are seniors. And so just to be very clear, this is across every geographic aspect of Minnesota, in fact, disproportionately in greater Minnesota. And these are benefits that allow people to be able to feed their family and go on with their life with that little bit of extra. So I'm here to say thank you to all the people who work on this. I'm here to say thank you for the folks who make this system work. And I'm here along with Jason to encourage folks to get back together. We're here today to announce we're using our contingency accounts to add $4 million to the food banks across Minnesota. This will be a bridge. I want to be very clear. It will not make up and backfill everything that is going to drop off starting on Saturday. We do not have that capacity. But I would say again, we put out about $74 million a month in SNAP benefits, just so you know the scope and the scale of this. Those are Minnesota tax dollars that went to the federal government. Again, one of a handful of states that pays more in than we get back. I want to be very clear. USDA, during this shutdown, has contingency funds that they could release just like us. They are choosing not to. They are choosing not to. And I can paint any damn picture you want for you. They're paying contractors to tear down the East Wing, but they're not putting money into the food bank that they're setting on. So if there's a sense of frustration in America, it's very real. And
I think this is, by the way, a really important way for us to talk about what is happening right now on the national level, because that's a great point that I have not really heard that much about when we take a look at just like what's happening in Washington, which is the very real point he's making here, which is that SNAP doesn't have to be unfunded at this particular point in time, because the USDA could, in fact, release a slew of funds in order to actually make sure people continue to eat in this country. And the fact that they are not prioritizing that and are instead wantonly choosing to make the broader public of America suffer, like, that's a deliberate choice. And it's a choice being made not by Democrats, not by any progressives, not by the fringe socialists like Mamdani. Oh God, I'm doing it now too. Mamdani. But it's actually the Trump administration. Gasp! Shock! Horror! Yeah, who could have thought? The lying pack of grifters that got voted into power are lying and grifting as they speak.
Usually we start to do these things as we get nearer to Thanksgiving and we start to bring it to attention. We don't need a holiday to tell you that food insecurity is real. That
it's okay. I know that the fringe socialists like Mamdani and I are actually closer to where the majority of Americans are.
The system that we've developed keeps people out of poverty, keeps them out of hunger, improves their quality of life, improves their health, and lets them participate in our society. And when this risk comes, it puts a lot of children, a lot of seniors and a lot of folks with
Hey, Lady
disabilities
Domino.
at risk by a choice. They are choosing not to fund these programs. They are choosing to prioritize. And when the White House press secretary said the top priority is the ballroom, we could not disagree more. Our top priority is the well-being of the Minnesotans, especially around food security, home heating assistance, and the things that we know Minnesota does really well. So I'm here to say thank you to all these volunteers, to make the note that we're putting this money in that was bridge us, but the solution to this is, one, end the shutdown and go back to work. Two, quit scapegoating people who are hungry and making up stories that are not true, and do your job. Because I'm a little bit irritated, and I'll just say it. When I was in Congress, there was a government shutdown. I donated my check to the Open Door in Rochester. I would make a challenge to some folks. If you're getting paid and folks are going hungry, something's wrong. So end this thing now. Minnesotans know and care. The number of volunteers across this state is nothing short of just inspiring, and I'm just incredibly grateful. So Jason, Open Door, thanks for having us. To the network of folks who make this happen, to the mayors, to the representatives who have funded consistently food programs in Minnesota.
No, the USDA has a bunch of money, like literally billions of dollars sitting around for emergencies. And what the Republican-run USDA is doing right now is basically saying, oh, but we couldn't possibly use the contingency fund because it's for natural disasters and not government shutdowns. That would be illegal. Like, that's what they're doing. Like, even though they have previously argued that they should be able to use contingency funding as they see fit, even during a government shutdown. So, like, there's precedent for this to be spent during the government shutdown. They are simply choosing not to do it to be spiteful pricks. That's really what it boils down to. I mean, also, it's not just to really hammer things home here. This was a piece on Zateo recently, and I think it really gets to the heart of it. Trump to the poor, let them eat ballroom. Millions of Americans are about to lose food aid from the government, but the man in charge is so focused on his MAGA Saddam multi-million-dollar White House ballroom. Like, I mean, this sums it up, right? Let them eat ballroom. Like, let them eat balls is really the message of the current Trump government. They think that, like, the pain is going to flip the American public against the Democrats, but at no point during this shutdown has anywhere close to a majority of folks blamed Democrats for the shutdown. It is, like, especially with headlines you're getting like this, like, people are coming around to the idea that, oh, Republicans are wanting to do this. They want to do this, and they want to actually charge us more because a critical thing is about to start happening come November 1st. And that is that a bunch of people are about to look at their projected healthcare bills for next year. Starting November 1st is the enrollment period for all those folks who are in insurance. And we are seeing a lot of bills that are going to be very, very difficult for folks to pay. Here's the Chicago Tribune here, just a quick headline. But Illinois residents to see 78% average cost increase for Affordable Care Act exchange plans if subsidies expire. Like, a lot of folks can't pay a 78% increase on their health insurance premium. Like, we're talking paying 78% more every month. And, like, people don't have that money. People don't have the ability to do that. And, like, they're going to start looking and they're going to be like, wait a minute. You want to increase my premiums by like 78%. Wait a minute. Like, I'm getting ripped off. Like, what you're about to see, especially because the shutdown is now seeming like it's going to go through this week because of Mike Johnson shutting down the House. I mean, like, it looks to me like we're about to see a lot of people getting a pretty rude awakening in a way that radicalizes them against Republicans. Yeah, exactly, Werix. This is why Dems need to like hold strong. And honestly, there is a case for like continuing to hold it shut until like this administration has a level of accountability, you know? And so we'll see. But like this is we're about to step into some pretty unusual territory, which is that one of the main strengths of the United States of America has typically been that people are able to feed themselves. You know, the economy and economic productivity of this country has been such that people generally have been able to eat. And in the cases where that has not been true, you know, the government has been able to step in somewhat in order to help people do that. And we're about to see the mass failure of that system. And you can say, well, it wasn't really working that great before. True. But we're about to see the mass failure of the system that wasn't working that great. And yeah, the bread and circuses require bread. Exactly, Hero. And so I don't really know what happens when the folks who rely on Snap stop getting that. I don't know. Because historically the folks who have most relied on that in order to get by have been rural, generally Republican voters. And like I mean, it has the capacity to like evaporate and just erase small town like America writ large. It like this, depending on how long it goes on, of course, you know. Um and like we just saw the single largest mass mobilization protest in US history. And like I think people are going to remember who starved them. And I don't think that they're going to be blaming the Democrats for this when they are also looking at their health insurance and seeing, hey, who's the political party that cut my health insurance? I wonder. So, like, all of this to say, we are on a precipice of some really unprecedented political times here in the United States of America. And yet history's pulse is getting quicker. Disaster Suplex really sums it up quite a bit. And yes, we are still indeed in the cool zone, Super Jet Guy.
2026 and 2028, if Dems were even remotely competent, would be snap elections.
No, like, but like, unironically though, this should be the bedrock. Like, Donald Trump is trying to starve you. Is trying to starve the working people of America. Like, the fact that he's still in power is insane. Even just suggesting a course of action that would lead to this is insane. Yeah, Mike Johnson is like aligning himself to starve people and gouge folks on their healthcare premiums and keeping the government shut down in order to protect like a bunch of pedophiles. Like, and that's not even hyperbole. That's just what is happening right now. It's crazy. The entire Republican apparatus came together as one to defend pedophiles and to like tax the American public unilaterally and to like functionally just destroy the ability of everyday working people to show up at their jobs. Like this is the meme of like the guy sawing off the branch he's sitting on in the tree. You know, like we're watching self-destruction writ large by a fascist movement. Yeah, starving kids to protect pedos, but they care about saving the children. Yeah. Something tells me they didn't really care about saving the children. Good night, Gamer G. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. But, folks, all this to say, get on the phones to call your mayor, your governor, at the very least. Mayor, local elected representatives, and governor, all right? See what they can do for you. It is worthwhile to put political pressure on these lower offices to see how well they can keep us safe during these trying times. Because we're going to see a lot of people's true natures come out as we get closer to going to the mat with this fascist movement, right? And so, yeah, I guess that's kind of where I'm at. You got to get involved in your community. You got to start donating. You got to start getting involved because folks
Jack,
are really
I think
gonna
I'm
need
gonna
you.
tap out. I'll catch the rest of the stream later. Good night, y'all. To all a good stream.
Good night, Nathan. Get good sleep. Thank you for the $5 dono. And folks, that's kind of where we're at. We have to see what's gonna happen, but it's not looking great. And if you've gotten anything out of this segment, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. That we're moving on. Let me go harass my mayor. They live down the street. Hell yeah. Also, Simric, thank you for the $20 super chat.
You know how Jack tells you to get involved in your local Dems and DSA. You would be surprised what appointment government positions you could get by just asking your city council person.
Genuinely.
Get involved. Bloom don't doom.
Genuinely. Genuinely. Like, there is an amount of power out there for the taking that would stagger you if you actually knew about it. It just takes reaching out for it and assuming, like, a responsible attitude. Question, not trying to doom. Wait a minute. Let me change the mono off. There we go. Not trying to doom. I've been hearing about the New York City mayoral race. Do you think people are right to be hesitant, or is it just people doom posting, in your opinion? Hearing about, like, why would people be doom posting about that? Woke and I love it. Gemma Giraffe, hell yeah. Also, Simric, 1000%. And folks, yeah, I guess Storm, the answer is that Zoran Mamdani is doing really good in the election. Like, he's, even if the conservative and like dropped out and endorsed Andrew Cuomo, like, and 100% of like the Curtis Lewas voters went for Cuomo, like, Zoran would still win. But that being said, like, people still gotta door knock, people still gotta work for the victory. But we'll see. Also, your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. Folks, we making it closer. We doing it. Also, I've been seeing a bunch of folks spread around the same things about early voting being very, very close. Yeah, but like, a lot of people don't vote until Election Day. I also just haven't seen what the early turnout numbers are. So, like, I would say that doom posters are fucking silly, and you shouldn't pay attention to them. Also, click the goddamn button. Oh, Lady Domina, I'll throw another 5 pounds on there. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. After I've acclimated myself. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. I'm gonna keep on doing it until I'm shredded. It's over for y'all.
Many people are waiting for confirmation of how Schumer's conversation with Mamdani pre-endorsements will go on November 5th.
I can't. Osake. Osake, you. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. God. Sometimes, Sake, my brain is just in like a completely different headspace, and then you make a joke like that, I'm just like, wait a minute. This sounds somewhat reasonable, and then like my brain has to do like a spit take, and I'm like, there we go. You know? Lol, just messing with you. I'm trying to get back to 35-pound dumbbells. I used to, believe it or not, I used to do 60-pound dumbbells. And I'm much smaller than I used to be. But I think I want to do more like I still want to do weightlifting, but I want to lift more for tone. I want to be like wiry strong, you know? Don't forget squats. Hell yeah. I don't get Sake's joke. The election is on November 4th. That should help. I want to climb trees with the chainsaw again. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Folks, are you ready to reap some of the rewards of your subs and donos? Are you guys ready for Kaiji, the stage play? Are you guys ready? I'm ready. I'm ready for a Japanese stage play extravaganza, and then we'll get to Zoran Mamdani on the other side of that. All right? Y'all ready? Is this part 3? No, Kaiji is its own standalone thing. Yeah, and if you hit 600 subs, you guys will unlock Rudyard. More Rudyard-based content. What is Kaiji? Kaiji is the story of a young...
INB4 Noi Jack.
Wait, I don't know what Noi means. Oh no, wait a minute. Is that a reference to Kaiji? That I'm memory blanking? Is that a character? Or am I just not understanding? Anyway. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, folks, at 600 subs, again, we'll do some more Rudyard content. Noe. Oh! From Doro Hidoro. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Noe. I know who Muscle Lady from Doro Hidoro is. I'm just too gay. And so in my head, she's just Muscle Lady from Doro Hidoro. And the name was just eliminated by how gay I am. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, no, Kaiji Ultimate Survivor is the story of a young Japanese youth who can't get a job because the economy has crashed. And so he turns to gambling, and he's really bad at gambling, and things kind of escalate from there. So with that being said, I thought we would check this out. Kaiji the stage play. And I'm hoping that it is good. So let's check it out. shall we? Whew. I think we might need to turn it up a little bit. I'm so excited. Okay, I did make it way too loud. I do apologize for that. One second. Just gonna adjust that a little bit. May have been a little bit overzealous with the volume control. There we go. Wait a minute. I need to make sure you guys can read subtitles. There we go.
人には2種類しか存在しない。すなわち、持つものと持たざるもの、利用するものとされるもの、もしくはただ一人の勝利者と彼を支える敗北者たち。敗北者たちは死ぬまで搾取され続ける。血を吐い、うめき、恨みを吐い。
It's still very loud? Okay. Maybe I did not need to turn it up at all.
吐き出し続けるしかない。他に道はないと嘆き続けるしか。だが本当にそうだろうか。希望はないのだろうか。
大事、この手は何のためについている。リスクを恐れて動かないなんていうのは老人がすることだぜ。お前のような若者がそれじゃ話にならない。若者は掴みに行かなきゃダメなんだ。でなきゃ道は開けない。勘違いするなガキメラ。金は命より重いんだ。世間の大人どもが本当のことを言わないなら俺が言ってやる。金は命より重い。
命は一つしかないから丁寧に扱えと人は言う。だからダメなのだ。命はもっと粗末に扱わねばならん。丁寧に扱えば扱うほど命はよどみにくる。命はよどみ腐る。君ならできるはずだ。そうだろう、カイジ君。
勝てよカイジ。勝って人生を変えろカイジ。
I'm surprised there aren't more nose prostheses.
Yeah, but you know what? They do a really good job making that old man look like his character from the anime. Like I'm actually fairly impressed.
Zawa, zawa, zawa. Zawa, zawa. Zawa.
その日、伊藤海二は最悪だった。
また負けかよ、くそ。
東京に出てきて3年。ここ3ヶ月はビタ1日働いていない。しょぼい酒としょぼい博打の日々。未来に希望など持てるはずもなかった。
あ？
せえな、おい。なんだよ、俺。あ、いや、何ですか？
伊藤海二君。
はあ、そうですけど。
古畑武史知ってるよね？
古畑。ああ、確か1年くらい前同じバイト仲間っていうか。
ちょっと仲いいかな。戸口で話すようなことじゃないんでね。
ああ、どうぞ。
うちの事務所に行ってもいいんだが、止めといた車がパンクしちまって。
パンク？
ついてないよ。おまけにボディにも傷が入っちまった。
うわ。いや、世の中にはタチの悪いいたずらするやつっていますよね。全く信じられないですよ。
お前か？
なんでいきなり？
俺はパンクしたと言っただけでいたずらされたとは言ってないぞ。
ああ、いや、
お前いつもこんなことやってんのか？
すいません、いつもじゃないんです。ギャンブルに負けてそういう時イラッとしてつい。
まあいい、やっぱりうちの事務所まで来てもらおうか。
はい。車の弁償どれくらいになるんでしょうか？
いいよ。お前は今それどころじゃないんだ。
それどころじゃないっていうのは？
問題はな、さっきちょっと触れた古畑君だ。
古畑？
先輩、助けてください。俺未成年なんで保証人つかないとそこも貸してくれないんですよ。頼みます。絶対迷惑はかけませんから。お願いします、海二さ
ん。逃げた。あいつ消えちゃったんですか？
そういうことだ。
This production is so dope.
30万。残念だがこの債務は必然的に保証人のお前が支払うことになった。
The twisting
とてもじゃないけど、
stage.
こんな30万なんて。
冗談きついんだから海二君。借りた金には金利ってのがつくんだよ。契約書に月に 20% の複利ってあるだろ。古畑が借りてからその金利で14回転がったことになるわけだ。
いくらくらいになるんでしょうか
？385万だ。
300？ そんなバカな。
安心しな、そんなバカな金利は外してやる。良心的なところにくら替えさせて月々6万として年利 15% の元利均等返済。385万返し終わるのに11年か。思ったより短いじゃないか。32、3歳の頃には全額返済だ。
ふざけろ。誰がこんなもん払うかよ。
俺たちはプロだ。取り立てると言ったら取り立てる。例えばそう田舎のおふくろさんに協力してもらうとかな。
貴様。
おい海二、海二落ち着け。俺もそこまではしたくない。座れ、本題に入ろう。
本題？
そうだ、ここから話すことが俺の本意だ。いいから座れ。1ヶ月後、晴海の埠頭から船が出る。船の名はエスポワール。フランス語で希望って意味だ。
希望？
そうだ。今度その希望の船でお前のような行き詰まった若者を集めて
I wouldn't have thought of the Olmecs temple style of room transition for a stage production, but it's perfect.
Isn't it so like it adds so much dynamic movement in like one simple thing. Not simple, but you know what I mean. Like I love a good transforming stage. One of my favorite stage performances I've ever been to was for Les Miserables, and they had basically this transforming barricade set. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
のギャンブルが開催される。もし負ければさらに借金を背負い込む。しかし勝てば借金は一切チャラ。ハイジ、お前これに乗れ。乗ってしのいで綺麗になって戻ってこい。
その船の中でやるギャンブルって何ですか？
残念だが答えられないな。
そんな。
俺はな、カイジ君、お前がこのクルーズにぶち当たったのは非常にラッキーだったと思ってるんだよ。
ラッキー？
そうさ、お前の毎日って今ゴミって感じだろ。無気力で自堕落、非生産。どうしてそうなのかわかるか？
いや、
金を掴んでないからだ。掴んでないから毎日がリアルじゃねえんだよ。バスケットボールのゴールは適当な高さにあるからみんなシュートの練習をするんだぜ。あれが100メートル上空にあってみろ。誰もボールを投げようともしねえ。 今のお前がそうだ。届かないゴールにうんざりしてるんだ。このクルーズはな、そんなお前を変えるチャンスなんだ。勝てよカイジ、勝って人生を変えろ。
So you guys can now see like why it's
兄貴、
basically
吉井さんから
Squid Game,
お電話
right?
です。
お、遠藤です。ええ、
人生を変える。
残念だったなカイジ、定員オーバーだ。仕方ねえ、こんなにはコツコツ返すしか。
おい、ちょっと待ってくださいよ。なんとかなりませんか。
なんだ、お前参加したいのか。
まあどちらかというと。
たく待ってろ、掛け合ってみる。
お願いします。
吉井さん、遠藤ですが、実は例のあれですが、ねじ込めた。席を一つ増やしてくれるそうだ。
本当ですか。ありがとうございます。
じゃあ早速契約に移ろうか。
はい。
じゃあ名前書いて。そしたらこれ母音。
おい、
契約成立だな。頑張れよカイジ君。
本当にありがとうございました。失礼します。
Look at that scamp
これでノルマ達成だ。
あいつすっかり信じ込んでましたね。
電話の相手は俺だっていうのにな。
疑う頭がありゃこんなうさんくさい契約するかよ。
でもちょっとかわいそうっていうか、
あ
いつ船から降りられない口でしょ。
全然無理だってよ。さっき俺がクルーズにねじ込む嘘電話してた時、あいつ俺のこといい人だって思ったと思うんだよ。
いい人ですか。
俺がいい人なわけねえじゃねえかなあ。
1ヶ月後、カイジはハリミフ島から豪華客船エスポワールに乗り込んだ。
暗算で最後かい。
ま
あしょぼくれた顔ばっかやの。まあしゃあないな。うんざりするほど借金抱えたダメ人間の集まりなんやから。
それはお互い様じゃ。
お待たせしました。第3回クリエイティブクルーズ、間もなく出港いたしますが、その前に皆様に一つ決定していただきたいことがございます。それはこれから行うギャンブルの軍資金の金額です。皆様にお手持ちがないことは明白。そこで我々の方で軍資金の方のご用意をいたしました。これよりその軍資金の貸付を行います。貸付の上限は1000万、下限は100万。つまり全ての方に最低100万は借りていただく。なお貸付金の金利は利率 1.5% の10分複利とさせていただきます。
ちょっと待て、足元を見るのもいい加減にしろ。
そうだ、
バカ野郎なてめえ。
非常に良心的な金利でございます。
バカ野郎、どこの世界に10分複利だって話があんだよ。
我々は皆様に借金の一括返済という未曾有のチャンスを与えているんです。そのチャンスを考えれば安いものでしょう。
いい加減その金利って考え捨てろ。あんまり無茶言うと俺たちみんな降りるからな。それでもいいのか。
構いません。降りて皆様が抱えていらっしゃる借金を10年20年かけて返すというのも一つの選択です。どうぞご自由に。
汚いことしやがれ。俺たちに選択肢なんてねえじゃねえか。
いかがなさいますか石田様。
100万だ。石田100万。
ありがとうございます。
俺も100万だ。100万。
どいつもこいつも100万かい。話にならんぼんくらいで。まだ何をやるかもわからんちゅうにアホちゃうか。
何をやるか。
船井や限度まで頼むで。
正気か。
黙っとれおっさん。
次の方どうぞ。
伊藤海一1000万。
1000万。
正気か。
負けるわけにはいかないんだ。一生に一度のギャンブルだからな。
健闘を祈る。
ほらこれだ。
船が動いた。
Early voting turnout in NYC is already 5x what it was last general mayoral election.
Oh hell yeah! Let's get all votes for Zoran. Oops, all Zoran name. Let's go. Good job, NYC.
もう逃げられない。
Also, for the record, the riverboat that I am captain of is not remotely comparable to this boat. Just so that we're no death games on this riverboat.
皆様、奥へお進みください。
No, John Smith. The analog horror is later.
Oi, 皆様どうぞお静かに。これよりギャンブルについて説明いたします。私はこのホールのホールマスターを仰せつかっております利根川と申します。これから今宵行われるギャンブルについて説明をするわけですが、説明はただの一度のみ。どうぞ皆様集中してお聞きください。ではまず先ほどお配りした紙袋に封入されているカードをお出しください。これが皆さんの命運を握るギャンブルの種目です。
これが
もしかしてグーチョキパー？その通り。皆様この遊戯は熟知していらっしゃる。これほど公平な種目はないでしょう。ただし通常のやり方のようにグーチョキパーを無制限には出せません。カードを見てもらえば分かると思いますが、期限は4回ずつ。これが上限です。12枚のカードを使った限定じゃんけん。この紙切れをどう出すかに皆さんの人生がかかってるというわけです。どうか
It's such a fucking good way to like I don't know, incorporate like card battling with like high stakes gambling in like a disturbing way. I love it. I love this particular Kaiji game so much. It's such a good way to just instantly communicate to like the viewer or the reader how like worthless these men's lives are. That like, yeah, all right, you guys, play rock paper scissors for our like disgusting benefit. You know, it's such a I don't know. I think it does a really good job at what it's supposed to do here.
を自覚していただき、悔いのない決断で勝負していただきたい。こんな紙切れに俺の人生が。次に紙袋の底にあるバッジを3つお出しください。なんだこれ。星の裏にはマジックテープがついており着脱可能です。乗船の際にお付けいただいた左胸のマジックテープにお付けください。これで今宵行われるギャンブルの準備が整いました。次は限定じゃんけんのやり方についてですが、こちらの映像をご覧ください。まずこのように台を挟んで1対1で対峙していただきます。そしてお互い戦う意思を確認したらチェック。こう発生します。次に自分が出すカードを確認していただきます。セット。この発生と同時にカードを伏せた状態で置きます。オープン。開いたカードがあいこならば星の移動はなし。勝ち負けが生じた場合は勝った者が負けた者の胸から星を一つ受け取り、自分の胸へ。これをここにいる全員で自由に相手を決め、ただただ繰り返していただきます。なお一度使用したカードは勝ち負けが生じた場合はもちろん、アイコの場合もボックスの中央にある投入口へ入れていただきます。投入口に入れられたカードは自動的に集計され、
こちらの掲示板に提示されます。今現在の数字は皆様が持っているカードの総数です。勝負が始まるとそれぞれ減り始める。こちらの数字は残り時間を示す時計。どちらの数字も皆さんにとって有益かつ貴重な情報となるでしょう。
4時間でゲーム終了ってことか。
今回の勝負、途中経過は一切問いません。最終的に星を3つ確保していた者が勝ち。その際満たすべき条件はたった1つ、カードを全て使い切るということです。逆に言うとこのギャンブルにおける負けは3つ。1つ目、制限時間内にカードを全て使い切れなかった場合。2つ目、終了時に星を2つ以下しか持っていなかった場合。最後3つ目、時間は残っている、カードも残っているが星を全て失ってしまった場合。この3つです。なお途中退場で退場者が使い切れなかったカードは我々が責任を持って投入口へ入れます。したがってグーチョキパーの残数に一切狂いは生じませんので、その点はご安心を。それでは私の説明はこれで終わります。皆さんのご健闘心よりお祈りいたします。
おいちょっと待って。おい金どうすんだ。借りた金はどうギャンブルかかんだよ。
確かに。
どうぞご自由に。
負けた時はどうすんだ。詳しく説明しろよ。そうだよ、これじゃ分かんねえよ。
残念ですが質問には一切お答えできません。
バカにしてんのか。俺たちの運命がかかってるんだぞ。そうだよ。
ファッキューぶち殺すぞゴミめら。いつまで甘ったれてりゃ気が済むんだバカが。世間はな、肝心なことは何一つ答えてくれないんだ。それが基本だ。お前らはその基本を履き違えてるから今落ちぶれ果ててこんなところにいるんだ。お前らはシャバでの戦いに負け続けてここにいる。ここで負けたやつの運命など知らん。お前らがすべきことは勝つことだ。勝ったらいいなじゃない。何としても勝たなきゃダメなんだ。お前らは負け続けてきたから今誰からも愛されることなくうじうじと人生の底辺を這って這い続けてきた。ゴキブリのように。お前らは気づかなければならない。心に刻まなければならない。勝つことが全てだと。勝つことだけが底辺から抜け出す術だと繰り返す。勝て、勝って這い上がれ。
始まったぞ。利根川さん、いい話聞かせてもらったな。勝つぞ。俺は勝つ。あんた勝負しようぜ。よしやろう。おいどいてくれ。セットセット。おっしゃだよ。くれよ。
なんや納得いってへん顔やな。
お前負けちまった。
脱落者第1号か。はいもういいやで。
あいつなんであんなにヘラヘラしてられるんだよ。
ピンときてへんのやろこの勝負の重さが。
勝負の重さ。
これは命がけで望まにはならん勝負やの海示さん。
お前なんで俺のこと。
あんたさっき貸し付けの時限界まで借りとったやないの。いやこの人はできる人や思ったよ。あんたかて俺の名前覚えてるんとちゃう。
船井。
やっぱりなどうや俺と組もうや海示さん。
はあ。
このギャンブル生き残るためにはパートナーが必要なんよ。ちゃんとしたパートナーさえ見つかれば 100% 勝ち残れるで。
そんなことあるわけないだろ。
冷静になって考えてみ。この限定じゃんけん勝つ条件は何やった。
カードを全部使い切る。
それから
星を3つ持ってること。
そうつまりや誰かと組んでカード12枚全部をアイコで使い切ったら単純な話やろ。
お前よくこんな短時間でそんなこと気づいたな。
俺はなリピーターなんよ。今回で3回目や。
おいそれちょっと不公平じゃねえかよ。
まあとりあえず黙って俺の話を聞いてくれへんか。
なんだよ。
おいやろうぜ。
Seems very trustworthy.
誰かと組んで12回連続あいこで生き残れる。そやけど過去2回のクルーズも今回も実践するやつは一人もおらんかった。これなんでやと思う？
気がつかなかったから？
ちゃう。こういうことに気づくやつは同時に気づくんよ。これが人間の欲望を無視した机上の発想に過ぎんことに。ええか、この星が売れるんよ。足りないやつが余ったやつから買う。
Now if we truly had a competent left party, they'd design a kaiji-themed game for all the GOP to play with every financial loss going to the poor via government.
I would really love that. Like a reverse game show where people just lose money. You know, I'd be down for that. Like have every tech bro, have every oligarch participate in a randomized money game that like just drains them of their wealth. I'm not opposed to that idea.
これ最後の最後には何百万ちゅう値がつく。俺らが借りた金はその時のためのもんなんや。だからあいこで切り抜けようとしても星々さに裏切るカスが必ず現れる。みんなそれが怖くてできんねん。
なんで今回やろうと思ったんだよ。
俺はな、カイジさん、今回だけはリスクなしでこの船降りたいんよ。儲けなんかいらん。引き分けで賞金チャラ、それで負けたらどうなるか過去のクルーズで散々噂を聞いた。だから絶対負けるわけにはいかんね。
はあ。
俺はパートナーとなるべき人間を探しとった。であんたを見つけた。あんたなら信頼できる。中井さん、一緒に生き残ろうや。
しかし
あん時は金なりや。今ならまだ金利も少しで済む。迷うとる場合やないで。
カードの順番はどうする？
さすがカイジさんや。せやな、グーチョキパーの順番でいこうか。
わかった。
チェック、セット、オープン。
引き分けや。
チェック、セット、オープン。
遠藤さん、あいつら妙だと思いませんか？
何がだ？
何か示し合わせてるんじゃないかと。
どんな手を使おうが客の勝手だ。俺たちの出る幕じゃない。さてカイジのやつどこまでいけるか。
異変が起きた。10回目の勝負だった。
チェック、セット、オープン。
じゃあ勘違いしてしもうだ。すまへん、カイジさん。もうこの通りです。すまへん、ほんまにすいません。
そんなに謝んなくてもいいんだけど。
そうだ、次俺はこれ出しますさかい。俺はグー、カイジさん次は買ってください。すいません。それじゃあ星をね。
おい、何してるんだ。
いや、形だけですやん。ほら、あいつらに怪しまねえように。
じゃあはい、
すぐ戻しますから。それじゃあね。すまへん。俺これね。
チェック、セット、オープン。お前どうして？おい。
教えたるわ。まずな、カードをぴったり2枚重ねて、で図柄を相手に見せる。でその後は実際出すのは見せてへん裏側のカードっちゅうわけよ。はい、ほんならわしはこれでごとさん。
おい、ちょっと船井、どういうことだよ。
何ほんねボケとんやわれ。言うたやろ、星が売れるって。これ以上説明のしようがないの。カイジさんもはよこの船の本質をよう理解して、それなりの動きさんと地獄見ることになるで。
うなぎ、ふざけんな。俺の星。
何をしてる。
やめろ。こいつが俺を裏切ったんだよ。
何が裏切りや。友達にでもなったつもりか。おい、余っとるのはええかせえわけこれ。
貴様、落ち着け。この船での暴力行為は一切禁止だ。これ以上揉めると無条件で退場だぞ。
退場や。
いいから行け。
ゴミ虫。
おい、いいのかよ。あいつが汚い手で俺の星を。
いつまで吠えてる。ここはお前らが人生をかけて死力を尽くす場。いわば戦場だ。戦場で後ろから撃たれたと騒ぎ立てる兵士がどこにいる。恨むなら自分を恨め。 運命を他人に委ねた自分自身を。
God, this entire narrative is goated as hell.
くそだから石田さんは何にも心配することない。
God. Incredible, incredible stuff. Just see one thing. Damn. Okay. Also, this is the best I can do for the rest of it, apparently. Apparently, that was just the first part, which is very sad. However, you can buy the Blu-ray and DVD of this, so here's the trailer for that.
伊藤海二君、1ヶ月後晴海の埠頭から船が、船の名はエスポワール、フランス語で希望って意味。今度その希望の船で一夜限りのギャンブルが開催される。
これは命がけで臨まにはならん勝負や。もう海二さん、
弱気になって座り込んでも星は増えねえぞ。ほら来いよカイジ。俺が生ゴミならお前は始末に困る粗大ゴミだ。この典型的なバチキョンチがめちゃくちゃですよ。目を覚ましてください。目を覚ますのはてめえらだ。
生き残るためだ。
最後の最後に笑ってこの船を降りるためだ。
俺カイジさんに憧れてるんすよ。なんていうかその辺の連中と匂いが違ってて。
人は勝たなきゃ嘘だ。勝て勝つんだカイジ君。勘違いするなガキめら。金は命より重い。
伊藤海二か。楽しめそうな男じゃないか。
このままで帰れるかよ。
Oh, he's so good.
Set. Open. Let's go, G.
めちゃくちゃ緊張してる人いますね。
You seem fun. God, that was so fucking fun. I don't know if there is more. Wait a minute. Ah, damn. Nope, this was all that they put out there. They put it all up on YouTube, but they don't have the entire thing. They just had about 30 minutes of it uploaded. I think the full thing is like over 2 hours. Ah, that kills my heart a little bit. Is there a place here? Do. Sad day. Darn. There's 2 of them, it seems. Never mind, apparently there's a live-action movie version. I bet that would be alright. You know? Given that they were able to do the stage play this well, I imagine like the live action could be okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you guys an option because I thought there'd be more than this for our stage play adventure. Do you want to do analog horror now or after Zoran Mamdani? Which I'll give you guys the option. I'm taking like a show of hands in all the chats. How y'all feeling? Paladin Lost, thank you. After the Zoran Mamdani? After the Zoran Mamdani? Mamdani first? Alright. After? Okay, well it seems like everyone's on board with doing some politics for a bit. And then doing some analog horror. Okay. Let's do it. Icing my knee? Oh, I'm sorry. Headed to bed? Paladin! Some good sleep. Also, hope you're doing alright. It's all good. I'm sorry, I feel like my stream tonight is off and I can't really like put my finger on it.
In the middle of Zoran Mommy Dami.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Alright, we'll do some Mamdani content. Here we go. Everyone's feeling eepy. Jack broke the stream by picking us up. We weren't meant to be held by that. Like that. We saw more than we were ever meant to see. We saw part of her thigh at one point for half a second. It was too much. It broke us. Alright. Here we go. Let's do some Zoran Mamdani. Alright? So, folks, we gotta talk about a guy named Zoran Mamdani. Alright? It's really important that we talk about him. Because guess what, folks? It is the final push. We're about a week away from Election Day in New York City, one of the largest cities in the country, for sure. If not on Earth. It's up there. There are more populated cities, of course, but New York City is special to us. We have an entire statue there. There are various islands and hot dog feelings around it. There, Pizza Rat, the home of the prestigious Pizza Rat. It's an important city, and we gotta talk about him. I think it's a great a opportunity for us to talk about what he has done right and how he's absolutely nailing this thing, right? And so I wanted to start off with this segment that I've been meaning to do for a while, which is just a look at Zoran Mamdani sitting down with Bernie Sanders, and it's good stuff. It is good stuff. It is nice to see, and it is indicative of just exactly what Zoran Mamdani was able to tap into and really access with his campaign, which is the awareness that a lot of people in this country have that they deserve more and they deserve better. And in a lot of cases, that is inarticulated. It is, just kind of a thought in the back of a lot of people's heads that they deserve better than this. But the system constantly puts us all down and tries to make us expect less and less and make do with fewer and fewer resources. And so I wanted to take a look at this because it just seems real nice. Like, this is kind of another passing of the torch.
Senator.
So on. How are you?
So many people know you as a senator, as a presidential candidate, but you were also a mayor.
For 8 years,
For
4
8
terms.
years, 4 terms. And the time when you decided to run, Ronald Reagan had just won the presidency. He had even won Vermont. And yet,
I mean, look at that. Look at him. He's walking around handing out flyers with like a Sharpie sign drawn by hand. Like, dude was the realest deal. Like, you can get your start. All it takes is a couple of willing hands, some pamphlets, and a hand-drawn sign. Let's go!
there you were as a Democratic Socialist deciding to run for mayor. What made you make that decision?
I think Reagan was part of it. During that period, this is ancient history. You know, we were dealing with serious economic problems. We had come off of the war in Vietnam some years before. And basically, it was an attempt to involve people in the political process to revitalize American democracy. And one of the accomplishments that I am most proud of in my life is between my first and second term, we came close to doubling voter turnout.
Wow.
How's that?
That's pretty incredible.
So people had given up on the political process, mostly lower income working class people started to get involved.
How did you do that?
Here's a radical idea, all right? I don't want anyone to listen. We paid attention to the needs of the people. I know. Oh God, radical idea. In other words, like many cities, the needs of working class and low income communities had been ignored. So in Vermont, we get a lot of snow. So we made sure that snow removal took place in low income working class neighborhoods.
So we're just talking about the potential of Burlington's waterfront. What do you think? I think it has a lot of potential if there would be some improvements to it.
We developed programs for the children of those areas. We started a after-school program for the first time. We started a child care program. We started a teen center. We started a kids newspaper, a kids cable TV show. We started paying attention to the senior citizens living in low-income and working class neighborhoods. Made sure that street repaving paid attention to those often neglected communities. Today, it's even worse than it was back then. People really feel government has ignored them, and we've got to start paying attention to the needs of ordinary people.
He won his first election by just 10 votes, a genuine upset. An independent beating both the Democrats and the Republicans.
When we started our campaign, we were reading about...
It is genuinely insane to me how Bernie Sanders has just always been an old man. like, just his entire life, he's looked like an old man.
Your path when you ran for mayor. You were in your 30s. You were running against someone who had been in power for quite some time.
5 terms.
5 terms. And he struggled to pronounce your last name.
Yep.
He called you
Saunders.
Saunders. What took you to the point where you were able to
We
take
ran,
all of it
if
on?
I must say so.
Please.
You know, what we did back then is exactly what I'm trying to do politically today. You had a city at that time that was dominated by a conservative Democratic establishment. And so many people were left out of the political process. So what did we do? We went to the low-income public housing. We talked to people, what are your needs here? We talked to women's groups. This is way back when, who did not really have an opportunity. Talked to people in the arts community, said, what can we do more? We had meetings with hundreds of parents to talk about what we can do to improve life for the kids. And then a week before the election, we talked to the Burlington Patrolmen's Association, police union. And we said, look, you guys are workers. It's a difficult job being a cop. How can the city play a better role? And we talked about it.
You were sharing earlier that when you won the race, you then came into a city council.
Still shudder. We had 13 people on the board of aldermen, and their strategy was very simple. They said it was a fluke. That was the word that they used. He somehow got in. We're going to make sure he doesn't accomplish anything. 2 years from now, people are going to come to their senses and re-elect all of us, right? They made life miserable. They denied all of my appointments. So I had to work with people who had spent their whole life trying to defeat me. 1 year later, I worked so hard knocking on doors. We ran a slate of candidates. On election day, we won 3 seats, plus 2 gave me veto power, changed the whole direction. And I think even our opponents said, that we better back off. What Bernie is doing is what people want him to do. So we did so many things which brought...
I mean, like, keep in mind what he's talking about here. He crushed his opposition. Like, that's what he did. Like Bernie, like I think a lot of the popular conception of Bernie Sanders is like, oh, lovable old man. But like keep in mind, behind like the lovable old man exterior is also just like a very calculating political individual. Like he was able to crush his conservative democratic opponents on the local level, and that's kind of the energy you need to bring forward. You need to be able to come into your local political scene and like actually have some kind of power to bring to bear, either power that you build over time or power that you already have coming in. But like that's what he was able to do. Like it's not just, oh, he came in and the entire democratic establishment bent over backwards to like, you know, do his bidding. Like no, he came in and he had to like destroy the opposition on the local
Bernie,
level.
what is good in life?
Bernie, what is good in life?
This is good, but what is best in life? The open steppe, free thoughts, falcons at your wrist, and the wind in your hair. Wrong! Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women.
That is essentially what Bernie Sanders said there, and a lot of people just aren't picking up what he's putting down. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and as always, for the Conan the Barbarian reference, which we could always use more of, frankly.
People together to help develop a sense of community. I'll give you an example. It's a beautiful city, and I said, look, I want to plant trees all over the city. Oh, it can't be done. Well, we ended up getting money. And you know who planted hundreds of trees in the city of Burlington? The people. On a given Saturday, all over the city of Burlington, people were out there planting their own trees. We started a jazz festival, which shut down the entire city for free jazz all over the city. Still going today. Circuses. We just did a whole lot of things to bring people together culturally.
Excited that Ella Fitzgerald is here. It's certainly going to be a great few days. Thank you very much.
And where would you find the funding for this?
It was not a lot of money, to tell you the truth. You'd be surprised that small amounts of money can really go a long way, especially in a small city. One of the things in the arts community, and I found that when I ran for president, there's so many great musicians and artists out there. They want, you give them an opportunity to perform, to be supportive of a working class ideology, they are there with you. They're untapped resources.
I'm Jane Driscoll, and this is 242 Main Presents, a production of the Mayor's Youth Office.
So you established a youth office?
Yep, which was headed up by a young woman named Jane O'Meara Driscoll, who 40 years later is still my wife. You know, we got married in the process. So we not only got a youth office, I got a wife. In the low income areas, there wasn't even a little league. So we started a little league, and I was one of the coaches.
I think especially with the youth office, what comes to mind is that in New York City, we all...
How the hell did he have time to be a youth coach on top of all this? Also, that is an adorable bear.
often tell kids, especially teenagers, what they shouldn't do. We spend very little time telling them what they should do.
We did, and it doesn't seem like a big deal. We established a teen center, and we said to the kids, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. You decide the music, you run it yourself under those conditions. Honest to God, I bump into people today who said, I remember that teen center, and we had musical group, battles of the bands. You know, these kids were coming out, terrible music, loudest music you ever heard in your life. But the kids enjoyed it.
Bread and roses.
Exactly. Bread and roses. There was a lot of bread, but there was a lot of roses. And I think this created a sense of joy in the community that hadn't existed before.
It can't just be struggle.
No, it cannot. People have the right to enjoy community.
Yeah. It's
a revolution without dancing isn't the revolution at all, really.
Speaks to the fact that governance will require everything.
Yes.
And so often our ideas, our movement, they are thought of as if they could only exist in a purely legislative context. But this is this opportunity to show that there's the application of all of these ideas could transform the lives of working people.
Absolutely.
The people of Burlington said very clearly that they want to do away with the regressive and unfair property tax, and they want some basic alternatives.
One of the things that really struck me also about what you ran on was taking on a broken property tax system. Can you share a little bit more about what motivated you to pick that and how you see that as a progressive priority?
You got a tax system where a nurse or a truck driver may pay an effective tax rate higher than a billionaire. That's absurd. That's got to be changed. So we led the effort to breaking our dependence on the property tax because it is a regressive tax.
Okay, Big Bad Aardwolf. I don't understand what bread and roses means. It is a reference that has been broadly picked up by both the women's suffrage movement and the socialist movement, and it derives itself from a poem by James Oppenheim titled Bread and Roses, and I'll just read it real quick from 1911. As we come marching in the beauty of the day, a million darkened kitchens, 1,000 mill lofts gray, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses, for the people hear us singing, bread and roses, bread and roses.
I heard Schwarzenegger and I have to say, COCAINUM.
Cocainum? Thank you for the $10 dono, stupid genius. As we come marching, we battle too for men, for they are women's children, and we mother them again. Our lives shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. As we come marching, unnumbered women dead, go crying through our singing their ancient call for bread. Small art and love and beauty, their drudging spirits knew. Yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. As we come marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudging and the idler, 10 that toil where one reposes, but a sharing of life's glories. Bread and roses, bread and roses. It's a call for women's suffrage, but it is also a call for both the ability to live and the dignity and beauty to live. For bread alone is not sufficient. You also need heart, the fuel for hearts, the fuel for passion and love and decency. You need the roses. Yes, it's associated also with the textile mill strikes of like the 1912s.
There are so many echoes with the struggles here in New York City, where you have a property tax system that so many have acknowledged for so long is broken, and yet there's the lack of political will to actually put forward a vision that would be fair. Wouldn't be easy, it wouldn't be simple, but it would be fair. Right. And people lose their faith in government if you can't address the most glaring example of its failure.
That's right.
It's a sad day because the United States has chosen to go to war against the people of Nicaragua.
When you were the mayor of Burlington, you would also speak up against U.S. foreign policy.
I did.
That was far out of line with the values of most people across this country.
And by the way, reading up on Paul Wellstone in Minnesota, very similar thing. It seems kind of like one of the things that allows folks to make the leap from local politics to state level or national level politics is the vision to be able to talk eloquently and passionately about these issues, even when they go beyond what one city or one town's ability to actually affect might be. You know, standing up for what you believe is right, it turns out, is actually an incredibly popular thing to do when it is for causes that are right and just.
Last 150 years or so, the United States government, in its wisdom, has decided that Latin America should be a colony of the United States government.
How would you balance leading the city and speaking up for...
First of all, you got to do your job. You're not running for president of the United States. You're running for mayor of New York City, a city which, like every other city in America, has significant problems. That is your job. But sometimes, as the leader of a great city, you do have a right to reflect the views of the people in your city on some of the important issues facing the country. So what I can tell you, having been all over this country, is that the American people do not want to continue to spend billions of dollars supporting Netanyahu's extremist government, which is wreaking havoc and destruction on the Palestinian people. You have a right to speak out on those issues. I think you do. And I think when you do, you are reflecting the views of the vast majority of the people in this city. The thing that I have learned, to be a successful mayor, you got to hear from the people, you got to involve the people, and you got to talk to the people. You got to get through all the media crap that's out there and say, this is what I am trying to do. What do you think? The importance of your election is that from a moral perspective, from a set of values, you're going to be in sharp contrast to the President of the United States. We don't believe in pitting one group of people, often politically weak people. We don't believe in generating hatred against the group. Our understanding that we bring black and white and Latino and Asian, everybody else, around an agenda that works for all of us, that we're not bullies, that, if we can say it, we believe in compassion and love. That is what motivates us. Oh my God, it's a radical thing. We believe in the Sermon on the Mount, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is true in all religions, all right? So it's important that we take that value system, that we cherish our kids, no matter what their color may be, the elderly who help raise us, that we bring our people together, and that in the richest country in the history of the world, it is not radical. I know, according to the President of the United States, you're a communist, really, because you want to remove childcare in the city of New York, really. You're not the radical. A system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life, the depriving people of their rights to live full human lives. That's what's radical. So standing up for justice is what the American people want, and that's what your campaign is about. So bottom line is, which is going to fall on your shoulders if and when you win, is an enormous responsibility to show the world and people throughout this country that our value system can govern well and efficiently, that we can fight for justice, that we can create a better world for all people, not just for the 1%, all right? Now, I think when you get inaugurated, you're probably not gonna have the 3 richest people in the world sitting right behind you, right? I think not.
We wouldn't have invited them. I hope they're not there.
And it's not just on you, it's on the people of New York. It's on all of us. What the system has done is taken away our dreams. And they said, we get it all. I mean, just the other day, our friend Mr. Musk is in line for, it's so insane. What was it, $900 billion bonus?
He would be a trillionaire.
And yet, in this city, you got people sleeping out on the streets and people can't afford health care.
What is giving you hope in this moment?
I just have to say, like, there is something so beautiful about seeing juxtaposed, the modern day outreach with the, outreach from 50 years ago. Like, it's something, it fills me with hope. Folks have never stopped trying, and neither will we.
I'll tell you what's giving me hope. And this is not just rhetoric, it's real. I have had the opportunity to be in every state in the United States of America. And I have met so many extraordinary people. And the bottom line is, you know what? This country consists of a lot of very, very good people. Look, one of the things that the whole country is noticing and why your race is so important, it's not just your ideas. The real question here is whether the will of people will prevail, whether the oligarchs and the billionaires will continue to run the city. That is the question. If you can defeat the oligarchs here and say, you know what, New York City is not for sale, that will send a message to every community in America that real change is possible.
Bernie, this means so much to me because we are sitting here in one of my favorite restaurants in Astoria, Sammy's Kebab House, in the heart of my district as an assembly member. And my journey in running for office in the first place, I launched on October 18th, 2019, and the first event that we had was to your Queensbridge rally. I remember the excitement, the elation we had of the rebirth of that campaign. And the consequent birth of all of our campaigns. And we canvassed the line to get in. We got $1, $5, $10 donations. We got emails. I was being interviewed by journalists from Belgium. I couldn't even get an interview from anybody in Astoria.
So you took Belgium better than
Belgium.
nothing.
I said, and I remember you walking out and sharing your vision for what this country could be. And to have you back here in Astoria again, it's just the ways in which you have inspired us, the path that you have tread that we now walk on, the very slogans of your mayoral campaigns, we echo them today. And in some sense, it is the energy that has powered so many of us for so long. So I just
Well,
have
it's
to say
very
thank
kind
you.
of you. That means a lot to me. And I thank you very much for saying that. Look, nobody is an island into himself or herself, right? We all got it from somebody else, and I got it from other people, and they got it from somebody else. And you know, the fight for justice has gone on for a few thousand years, so, right? We're wrong. And we continue it. And you're going to be in a position to do a whole lot. So thank you for the opportunity of being able to work with you.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right. You guys happy?
Yeah.
All right. You got enough to keep you?
Thank you so much.
Like, this is something I try and touch on, but in this particular video, to me, it does such a good job of pointing out that the fact that the struggle for justice is not a singular one. It is not one that is undertaken in any one corner of the world. It is undertaken in all and every corner of the world. The human heart yearns to be free. It yearns to be, you know, with others in community. It yearns for the bread, it yearns for the roses, it yearns for basic human dignity and beyond. And like, these two men have put everything on the line. Like, Bernie Sanders has given us like 60 years of his life in order to fight for justice. And now Zoran Mamdani is picking up that burden and carrying it forward into the future along with all of us. It is our burden. And maybe burden isn't the right word. Maybe it is our joy to carry forward this resistance and this push for truth and justice and dignity forward. It is our turn. You know, just as people during, you know, the rule of Louis the 16th, you know, the Sun King, the absolute monarchs of the feudal age, people then were also struggling to be free. It is a struggle for freedom that has never once ended in human history. And I think that we will eventually win. And let's do our part so that our children can grow up in a world where we can tell them, we can look them in the eye and we can tell them we did our best. And we can be proud of what we did. Like, let's actually win. So I think that we can do this. And I think that it just takes all of us working together and building up that political willpower in order to make all of this happen. Big Bad Ardwolf, thank you for subscribing. But I know that especially lately it's been really scary. There are a lot of really big challenges facing us. There is a lot of suffering that is on the horizon. And the solution to all of that is for more of us to get involved, for more of us to care for our communities, for more of us to get out there and believe that something better is possible. And not only possible, but that we can actually do it. We can be a part of making it come to pass in our, you know, in our local communities, in our towns, in our cities, in our, you know, our community center. We do not have to live complacent with a world.
We need to tell them so the tech bros can't through generated replicas can't.
Yeah. I mean, like, we need to put a lid on this reckless abandon with which oligarchs play with the lives of people in our community. You know, we can't do that. We cannot allow members of our community to be sacrificed so that these tech oligarchs can have just 10 more dollars in their pocket. We can't abide that. And so we have to do our best, and we are summoned to do our best. And I think many of you here will do your best, and we will win. So, folks, get in that fight. And if you don't know where to start, you know, I'd suggest your local library, your local Food Not Bombs, your local, soup kitchen, your local homeless shelter. You know, if you're in a particularly rural area, maybe there's an initiative tied with a local church you can get involved in. I know that churches are sometimes more readily accessible in certain parts of this country. But figure out what you can do to get involved to help your local community, because there is going to be a huge need for that in less than a week when nutrition assistance gets cut off. And I also just want you all to be thinking what you can do in other capacities as well. If folks don't know where to start, don't feel drawn to any of those options, do consider joining your local Dems and radicalizing them to better politics. Because you can unseat conservatives. I don't care where you are in this country, you can unseat them. It's possible. And consider joining your local Dems, consider joining your local DSA. Folks, if you need help joining your Dems, join the Discord, reach out to Dragonfly. If you need help joining your DSA, join the Discord, reach out to GamerG. Okay, folks? You can make your community better. Each and every one of us can be part of the solution. And I hope you will join me. That, folks, let's move on. Together. There we go. Fixer at home, thank you for the $10 Australian. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Folks. Whew. Are you guys ready to review Zoran Mamdani's final campaign speech? Because I am. I think it's going to be good shit.
Consider joining your local GOP if you're in a red hellhole. There's a lot of mayhem you can cause while disguising it as incompetence.
Oh god, yeah. If you are in a rural area and like you think you can gain some prominence in your local GOP, like some weaponized incompetence would not go amiss. So to be clear, decucking the Dems involves being there to keep them doing the base things. Yes. Right? The entire premise of joining your local Dems is to introduce them to better politics on the off chance that they are amenable to like adopting better politics, and also to building up political pressure to make them get better politics. You know, you get other people like say from your DSA to also join your local Dems and kind of do like a little bit of a takeover. And you also want to be part of the DSA so you can make them more effective, because I know that there are some branches of the DSA that have fallen into kind of virtue signaling bullshit behavior as opposed to actually being able to influence local election behavior, and we need the willpower to actually influence the local elections. That like the virtue signaling to your friend group is is worthless. We need actual improvements to the community. So let's go.
Be the Kowalski from Nebraska, but for your state.
I love that I understand that reference, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono. And always, we love the Kowalskis of the world, but especially the Kowalskis of Nebraska. Oh, Princess Mononoke is my favorite Ghibli movie. All right. Are you guys ready? Star SG1, let's go. Hell yeah. Folks, are you ready? Are you ready for Zoran's final campaign rally speech? I, for one, am here for it. So let's, one last time, let's fucking go. Here we go, folks. Folks, it's time for us to talk about Zoran Mamdani and his final campaign rally speech.
What I can't figure out is how he got from Madagascar or the NYC Zoo to Nebraska.
Sake Tanuki with the fucking deep cuts over here. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Alright, I'm gonna start this segment over. So folks, we are going to now talk about Zoran Mamdani's final rally speech of his mayoral election. He's currently projected to be quite ahead of Curtis Sliwa as well as Andrew Cuomo, but you know, it ain't over till it's over. So let's take a look. What is his final shot at becoming the next mayor of New York City? Let's see what he's got to say. And obviously this isn't, you know, there's still more election that's going to happen. But November 4th is still in the future as of this recording. But this is like the final major rally of the election. So let's take a look at it, huh?
Thank you.
New York is not for sale.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, New York City! How we all doing?
God, he's just so charming.
Habibi, how are you? It is so good to see you all here tonight. Now, as you know, a politician is only as good as the team around them. So I have to ask that team to start up this teleprompter. Because right now, it's off the top of the dome. And while we wait, why don't we actually begin? Can we first hear a round of applause for our incredible MC, Sarah Sherman? Can we hear it for the elected officials, the labor leaders, and the New Yorkers who have joined us this evening? And can we hear it for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Yeah, we're good. You know, there are many things one can say about our Congresswoman, but I want to tell you a story about 2021. When we went on a 15-day hunger strike and won $450 million in debt relief for working-class taxi drivers. The Congresswoman was there with us on that picket line. She was there with us on the phone after everyone else had gone home. And she was there with us again in the primary of this election. And that's because she's there for working people.
Yeah, Schumer has not endorsed PC
And now
Choice.
we are just getting started. And let's please make some noise for Senator Bernie Sanders.
All my homies love Bernie.
I stand before you tonight only because the senator dared to stand alone for so long. I speak the language of democratic socialism only because he spoke it first. And when I ran for state assembly almost 6 years ago to the day, it was at Bernie's rally in Queensbridge Park where I led our first canvass.
Let's go!
Signing people up for our email lists, asking them for $5 or $10, and encouraging them to believe that the politics of not me, us applied to our state government just as much as our national one. When we win on November 4th, and then govern from City Hall with dignity as the foundation of our politics, it will be because of the movement that Bernie built. I stand before you tonight as the nominee of a Democratic Party reinvigorated in its pursuit of making government work for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected. Looking out at more than 13,000 of you here in Forest Hill Stadium.
Wow.
It is tempting to believe that this moment was always destined. Yet when we launched this campaign on October 23rd, 1 year and 3 days ago, there was not a single television camera there to cover it. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, my name was a statistical anomaly in every poll. 4 months later, as recently as this February, our support had reached the eye-watering heights of 1%. We were tied with noted candidate, someone else. I always knew we could beat him.
Bernie knows all about movement.
He's so
He's been
good at
60
this.
since 1975. He knows all about fiber and movements.
He's got to know about them, Sake, because he's a very dependable man. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, the political world did not pay it much attention because we were looking to build a movement that reflected the city as it actually is, not just the one that political consultants think exists on a spreadsheet. And when we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days,
I do really like that he's taking the time to shit on Democratic consultants, because genuinely they have done so much to destroy like the modern Democratic Party. Like this entire thinking of like turn to the center is entirely born of, you know, Democratic strategists trying to play it safe. And like part of the reason I know that is because I was looking at doing a longer segment about specifically that trend. Here is a website built by a few of those Democratic establishment folks, Simon Bazelon,
The Baileys
Lauren
commented
Harper
on
Pope,
Mamdani and
Liam
dear
Kerr.
friend Schumer's refusal to endorse. We're quite disappointed in Chuck's obstinance. Mamdani won the primary fair and square and Cuomo is a lousy crook.
I mean, that is probably what what they're saying. Those invisible, imaginary friends of Chuck's. But deciding to win toward a common sense renewal of the Democratic Party, and like, it's basically just, I mean, look at this. I'll make this big. All right. Democrats need to, 1, focus our policy agenda and our messaging on an economic program centered on lowering costs, growing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding the social safety net. 2, advocate for popular economic policies like expanding prescription drug price negotiation, making the wealthy pay their fair share in taxes, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, rather than unpopular economic policies like student loan forgiveness and electric vehicle subsidies and Medicare for all. Like, Medicare for all is an incredibly popular policy. I'm pretty sure electric vehicle subsidies are also a very popular policy, and I'm fairly sure student loan forgiveness also an incredibly popular policy. So, this dichotomy between the good popular and the bad unpopular, which are actually popular policies, is very telling, right? Convince voters that we share their priorities by focusing more on issues voters do not think our party prioritizes highly enough, like the economy, the cost of living, healthcare, border security, and public safety, and focusing less on issues voters think we place too much emphasis on: climate change, democracy, abortion, identity, and cultural issues. Like, oh, okay, so you just just say you want to become Bush era Republican. Like, just say you want to become Reaganites. Like, just say you want to become white Republican. Like, this is all bullshit. And like the fact that they're willing to sell out the concept of democracy and the process, the scientific process that is cooking our planet, along with, again, a woman's right to choose. Yeah, and identity and cultural issues, which is just their way of saying trans people and, like, you know, African American issues. Like, and like people, like the issues of people of color. Like, this is, yeah, no, we need to focus less on that. Is such a boneheaded, like, Democratic consultant minded, brain addled bullshit thing to think. It's so frustrating. Moderate our positions when our agenda is unpopular, including on issues like immigration, public safety, energy production, and some identity and cultural issues. 5, embrace a substantive and rhetorical critique of the outsized political and economic influence of lobbyists, corporations and the ultra wealthy while keeping two considerations in mind. First, voters' frustrations with the status quo are not the same as a desire for socialism. And second, criticizing the status quo is a complement to advocating for popular policies on the issues that matter most to the American people, not a substitute. And it's just like, yeah, but in what ways are voters frustrated with the status quo in a way that doesn't align them with socialism? Like, also, I'm sorry, but if you are embracing a substantive and rhetorical critique of the outsized influence of lobbying and corporations and the ultra wealthy, you're aligning yourself with socialism, because socialists also critique all of those things. And you might say, okay, but whoa, we're not going to go full socialist. Like, okay, then how are you going to prevent the corporations and the lobbying and the ultra wealthy from wielding that outsized power? Because the socialism of putting like the workplace under the control of the worker in the form of like, say, democratic worker co-ops, things we have right now under our current system and that function better than privately owned capital. Like, it just kind of seems to me like you want the New Deal that put us in this circumstance in the first place. And like, why put the country through another 100 years of this bullshit? Like, just fix the fundamental power dynamic, which is that workers don't control their own workplaces. Workers should collectively own the factory they work in, not like some guy who then becomes obscenely wealthy off of their labor. Like, that seems weird and wild to me. You should have a say in where you spend the majority of your time throughout the day. You should have a say in how that is run. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. And also, it kind of seems like this entire thing was written for the benefit of lobbying corporations and the ultra wealthy. If you don't want to get rid of those three things, or at the very least make it difficult to do those three things. I don't know, just spitballing here. But also, this entire initiative, this third way ass bullshit, is put together by the same people who put together Welcome Fest for the people in the middle. This was a whole thing during the 2024 election of these third way types trying to get together in a way to lobby for their centrist bullshit. And I want to remind all of you, they got what they wanted in the 2024 election. Kamala Harris embraced their platform. The platform that she ran on was this establishment, like, Democratic consultant based bullshit, and she lost.
Oak Buddy Jack members should have control of the means of production.
It's true. Do I don't think I have an OK Buddy Jack. But they should control the memes of production. I agree. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Very much appreciated. But all that being said, let's get back to the speech. I'm watching Zoran's last speech here, and I'm just thinking to myself, these establishment Democrats could never. Hakeem Jeffries could never. They are incapable of like actually like pivoting into the current political moment. Unlike Zoran Mamdani, who has the bravery and the foresight to understand exactly what is happening in this country and why someone like him with his ideas needs to be in power and cannot afford to just run a virtue signaling campaign, but he actually has to win this. And he's going to. Jack, why is Medicare for All seen as a radical socialist position when even Argentina has it? Because Republicans and Democrats alike have shilled for the, frankly, the medical corporations and the insurance companies. They are taking money from these people for their political campaigns. And their, servility to the insurance industry is bought and paid for by and large. And they in turn spread propaganda about how socialist medicine will mean that there are death panels, when one, no, and two, you have death panels right now, except the death panels are being run by either AI bullshit at these insurance companies, or in the form of like some guy who's just like, yeah, no, you have to approve one less, patient than last month because we need to get our numbers up. Instead, your life is being and your welfare and your circumstances being dictated by whether or not the CEO of an insurance company needs needs you to die in order to make more money. Like that's what is happening here in this country.
The only people in the middle who should be catered to are the people in the middle of a spit roast. And with that,
Jesus
I'm finally
Christ.
going to bed.
You don't put people on spit roasts, okay? Those get really hot. You need to put some hot, juicy meat on that spit roast, and then you just need to turn it, make sure it's turned over the fire correctly. You need to take a good care of that spit roast. Otherwise, it can get really charred and burned, and it's no good to anybody.
Days ago, we were dismissed as a punchline in the halls of power. The idea of fundamentally changing who government serves in this city was unimaginable. Even if we gained momentum, they asked, how would we ever overcome the tens of millions of dollars in attacks that would follow? Yet we knew then what we know now. New York is not for sale.
Because it turns out that people don't want their politics
Hot,
to be
juicy
for
meat
sale.
is literally in the middle of a spit roast.
Yes. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
As young people showed up in record numbers, as immigrants saw themselves in the politics of their city, as seniors, once skeptical, dared to dream again, we spoke with one voice. New York is not for sale.
You guys are being bad. You guys are being too bad. Stop it. Stop it with your good Eiffel Tower jokes and your spit roasting takes.
And now, as we stand on the precipice of taking this city back from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them, let our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment.
Get his ass.
Let them ring so loud so that he can hear us even if he's in Westchester this evening.
Hell yeah!
Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us.
Thank you, Sake Tanuki. I needed a good tag team on that one.
Yeah, you needed a good tag team. Guys, you guys are bad.
New York is not for sale. "13 days after we announced our candidacy, Donald Trump won the presidency once again. The Bronx and Queens saw some of the largest shifts to the right of any counties in our country. No matter what article you read or channel you turned to, the stories seemed to be the same. Our city was headed to the right.
Cranking it with spit
Oh
roasting
my
is so
God.
common too.
Stop! That has to be the last spit roasting text to speech, otherwise I have to turn it off. I'll have to turn it off! You'll be cut off from the spit roasting! But thank you for the 2 tier 1
Obituaries were written about Democrats' abilities to reach Asian voters, young voters, male voters. Again and again we were told that if we had any
I am
hope...
disappointed in Sake and Pluvius. Teaming up on an innocent girl like you, Jack.
No! Alright. Very funny, but I am turning it off for the rest of this speech.
...of beating the Republican Party, it would only be by becoming the Republican Party. Andrew Cuomo himself said that we had lost not because we had failed to speak to the needs of working class Americans, but because we had spent too much time talking about bathrooms and sports teams. This was a moment where it seemed our political horizon was narrowing. And in this moment, New York, you had a choice to retreat or to fight. And the choice that we made was to stop listening to those experts and to start listening to you.
Hell yeah! I do want to say that I really like that his politics are, you know what, transgressive in a way for the mainstream Democratic Party, because it would not be acceptable, generally speaking, to wage war on Democratic consultants. But I think it's a very effective strat for how he is positioned right now in this race. Because he's run this like a champion. Like, my God, whatever political team is behind Zoran on this one needs to like repeat this in every large city in the country.
We went to two of the places that saw the biggest swings to the right, Fordham Road and Hillside Avenue. These New Yorkers were far from the caricature of Trump voters. They told us they supported Donald Trump because they felt disconnected from a Democratic Party that had grown comfortable with mediocrity and gave its time only to those who gave millions. They told us that they felt abandoned by a party beholden to corporations, which asked them for their votes after telling them only what it was against, rather than presenting a vision of what it was for. They told us they didn't believe in a system anymore that did not even pretend to offer solutions to the defining challenge of their lives, the cost of living crisis. Rent was too expensive, so were groceries, so was childcare, so was taking the bus, and working 2 or 3 jobs still wasn't enough. Trump, for all his many flaws, had promised them an agenda that would put more money in their pockets and lower the cost of living. Donald Trump lied. It was up to us to deliver for the working people he left behind. Over the 8 months of the primary, we told New Yorkers how we intended to address that very same affordability crisis. We did not do it alone. This was a movement powered by tens of thousands of everyday New Yorkers who knocked doors between 12-hour shifts at work and phone banked until their fingers were numb. People who had never voted before became die-hard canvassers. Community formed. Our city got to know each other and itself. This, my friends, was your movement. And it always will be. As the snow melted and the frost thawed, this campaign began to grow faster than anyone ever imagined possible. So many small donors chipped in that we had to ask you to stop donating. Please stop. We climbed the polls faster than Andrew Cuomo could dial Donald Trump's number.
It is ass.
People started to learn how to pronounce my name. And the billionaires got scared. Or, as the New York Times would describe it, the Hamptons was basically in group therapy about the mayoral race. Andrew Cuomo and his corporate cronies did everything they could to make this campaign one of fear
Twitch
and one of smallness.
Tide.
Hell yeah. Obviously.
God, he's so charming and he's so good at this. His crowd work is excellent. And I'm so bad at interacting with crowds of people, but like I wish I could do what he does. You know? It would be an amazing skill to be able to people the way that he does. And as someone built like me mentally, I am not good at peopling interpersonally.
Pumped millions into this race. Artificially lengthened my beard to make me seem menacing. Painted our city as a dystopian hellhole and worked night and day to divide the people of New York.
Election doesn't happen
They
until
failed.
November 4th this time.
When I walked the length of Manhattan just a few days before the election, hundreds of New Yorkers marched alongside me. And when we strode into Times Square under a billboard with betting odds that showed Cuomo's chances of winning at nearly 80%, we knew that the so-called experts were set to get it wrong yet again. Andrew Cuomo was supposed to be inevitable. And then on June 24th, we shattered that inevitability. We won by 13%.
Let's go!
With the most votes in any citywide primary in New York City history. Some of those New Yorkers had voted for Trump. Many others had never voted before. And when Andrew Cuomo called me to concede at 10:15 that night, he said over the phone that we had created a tremendous force. When you insist on building a coalition with room for every New Yorker, that is exactly what you create, a tremendous force.
Oh, hell yeah. Throwing his own words back at him.
That force has only grown over these past 4 months. We now have more than 90,000 volunteers. And we have spoken to millions more New Yorkers. We have put forth new plans in these...
I just want to say it is insane that they have 90,000 volunteers. That is... Like, I want to remind you all that in a in a general sense, right? If you are out in a general election, you know, in a lot of places in this country, if you show up with like 10 people or 5 people even, you are considered like, oh my god, you brought so many people. Like we're talking that's considered an impressive mobilization. If you can get like 24 people together or 25 people together, that is, whoa, you can do so much with 25 people on the local and state level, right? With 90,000 volunteers, Like, that is some real cooking power right there. Okay? Mamdani's leading by 90% on Polymarket. That doesn't surprise me.
Last few months for how we will govern, hiring thousands more teachers for our schools, taking on the consultants and the contracts in city government, and tackling the final boss of New York City infrastructure, scaffolding. But over the past few weeks, as this race has entered its final days, we have witnessed displays of Islamophobia that shock the conscience. Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, and Curtis Sliwa do not have an agenda for the future. All they possess is the playbook of the past. They have sought to make this election a referendum not on the affordability crisis that consumes New Yorkers' lives, but on the faith I belong to and the hatred they seek to normalize. We spent months working to convince the world that New Yorkers have a right to afford this city that we all love. Now, we are being forced to defend the idea that a Muslim is even allowed to lead it. These same big money donors and disgraced politicians have sought to rob.
Yeah, it's true. Imagine when Zoran delivers, then we'll have the momentum elsewhere. I think you are talking about the momentum elsewhere because his name's Mamdani. You see what I did there? I'll be here all night.
Us of our ambition because they do not think that you deserve the beauty of a dignified life. And time and again they have encouraged you to imagine less because they know that a reimagined New York hurts their bottom line. I believe that this city is like the universe, constantly expanding. We deserve a city government as ambitious as the working New Yorkers who make it the greatest city in the world. We cannot wait for someone else to deliver it. We are not afforded the luxury of waiting because
please don't quit your day job. I don't have a day job. This is my day job.
Too often to wait is to trust those who delivered us to this point. On November 4th, we will set the course of our city back in the direction it belongs.
Let's go!
And in doing so, we will answer a question that our nation has wrestled with from the dawn of our founding. Who is allowed to be free? There are some who hear that question and they know the answer without hesitation. They are the oligarchs who have accumulated vast wealth off those who labor from before the light breaks the horizon until long after color has drained from the sky. These are the robber barons of America, and they believe their money affords them a larger say than the rest of us.
Boo! Also, I'm not a CEO of a lingerie company. My partner is CEO of a lingerie company. Get your facts straight, bucko. Also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com.
I am not just talking about the Bill Ackmans and Ken Langones of the world.
I don't believe I have an official title, chat. I don't have an official title. I just help my partner do work as she's the sole proprietor of the company.
I speak of people whose names you are not familiar with, who have no qualms about contributing more to super PACs than we would ever tax them, and who celebrate when those PACs flood our airwaves with commercials that plaster the words global jihad over my face. Their freedom doesn't just come at the expense of dignity and truth. It comes at the expense of the freedoms of others too. They are
shout out to the little girl up top here, just like chowing down on like a granola bar and like living her best life. Shout out.
The authoritarians who seek to keep us pressed beneath their thumbs because they know that once we shake ourselves loose, we will never be held down again. Each and every one of these people think New York is for sale. For too long, my friends, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. The oligarchs of New York are the wealthiest people in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. They do not want the equation to change. They will do everything they can to prevent their grip from weakening. The truth is as simple as it is non-negotiable. We are all allowed freedom.
Let's go, basic human rights.
Each one of
Hell
us,
yeah.
the working people of this city, the taxi drivers, the line cooks, the nurses, all those seeking lives of grace, not greed, we all get to be free. And on November 4th, thanks to the hard work of more than 90,000 volunteers across every corner of this city, that is exactly what we will tell the world. Because while Donald Trump's billionaire donors think that they have the money to buy this election, we have a movement of the masses. And we are a movement that is not afraid of what we believe. And we've believed it for quite some time. Those who worry about what this movement may look like on January 1st are the ones who worried on October 23rd what it may look like tonight. But our purpose has not changed, and neither have our promises. As I said on the evening I announced, the job of government is to actually make our lives better. And in the exact words I said on October 23rd, here is what we stand for, my friends. We are going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants and use every resource at our disposal to build housing for everyone who needs it. We are going to eliminate the fare on every single bus line and make what are currently the slowest buses in the nation move around this city with ease. And we are going to create universal childcare at no cost to parents.
Let's go!
So New Yorkers can raise their family in the city they love. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... We will make our city one where every person who calls it home can live a dignified life. No New Yorker should ever be priced out of anything they need to survive.
Let's go.
And we believe then, we believe today, we will believe tomorrow that it is government's job to deliver that dignity.
This man has the juice.
Dignity, my friends, is another way of saying freedom. Standing before you this evening.
Honestly, there's a part of me, and it's not really it's not really related to what he's running on per se, but there's a part of me that gets really excited at the prospect of this man helming New York City for a long period of time and basically using his power base in New York City to bring an up and coming crop of like progressive like leftist politicians out of the grassroots and into the national spotlight. Like I feel like we're gonna see Brad Lander, New York City comptroller. We're gonna see him benefit greatly from Zoran Mamdani's victory in the general, right? But one of the things I'm hoping for is that this isn't just a victory for Zoran Mamdani, but a victory for essentially a launching platform for progressive political figures in this country. Like, I think that that's really, really important. What is the term limit for mayor? It really depends on the city. I'm not sure. New York City mayor term. Let's see. The limit appears to be 2 consecutive terms. Okay. In 2008, New York City Council and former Mayor Bloomberg passed an amendment to the law to extend term limits for a consecutive maximum of 3 terms of 4 years, so 12 possible years. 2010, reinstate a term in 2010. They reinstated a term limit of 2 4-year terms, but only for elected officials after 2013. Okay. So that's so basically 2 terms. He could have 8 years in office. 8 years in office, and then he could run for like Senate or the House of Representatives if he wanted to, or governor even. He couldn't run for president, sadly, but he would be a powerful ally for any progressive attempting to be president.
I take great strength from those who have labored mightily for the cause of freedom in America, who refused to accept that government could not meet what moments of crisis demanded from it. When the power of the people overwhelms the influence of the powerful, there is no crisis that government cannot meet.
You need to be a natural-born citizen to be in the Senate? Are you sure?
It was government that enacted a New Deal to lift a generation out of poverty, to create beautiful public goods, and establish the right to unionize and collectively bargain. My friends, the era of government that deems an issue too small.
No, you do not need to be a natural-born citizen to be a senator. Looks like you need 9 years of U.S. citizenship to qualify for office, but you can be a senator. Just not. You can't be president.
Or a crisis too big must come to an end. Because we need a government that is every bit as ambitious as our adversaries. A government strong enough to refuse the realities we will not accept and forge the future we know we deserve. A government that refuses to accept 1 in 4 New Yorkers living in poverty. That refuses to accept more than 150,000 public school students being homeless. That refuses to accept that 2 union salaries are not enough to put down a mortgage in this city. And a government that refuses to accept you being priced out of the very city you helped to build every single day.
Can he be vice
Time
president?
and again,
No.
Our nation has teetered on the precipice of hopelessness.
If you guys are trying to like workshop a way this man could be president, the only possible arguable way without like a, you know, constitutional amendment would be getting him elected in the House of Representatives and then making him Speaker of the House, and then the president and the vice president would both have to die in office. And even then, it would be a pretty, it would be a pretty tricky, like, legal argument. They would likely just skip him down the line of succession.
Now is one of those times. But in each of
no, because you can be elected to the House of Representatives without being a natural born citizen, and there's no requirement for the Speaker of the House to be a natural born citizen. But if we're going down the line of succession because an event has happened, like, then that gets into some murkier territory.
these moments, working people have reached into the darkness and reshaped.
I just think that what would happen is that he would be ruled to be ineligible to hold the office of president, and it would go to the next person in the line of succession.
Our democracy. No longer will we allow the Republican Party to be the one of ambition. No longer will we have to open a history book to read about Democrats leading with big ideas. My friends, the world is changing. It's not a question of whether that change will come. It's a question of who will change it. We have an opportunity before us that few have ever received and even fewer have seized. It's the opportunity to show the world what it means to win freedom. It is the opportunity to live up to the legacy left by those who came before. We do not get to determine the scale of a crisis. Our choice is how we respond. Let us win a city hall that works for those straining to buy groceries, not those straining to buy our democracy. And let us look forward to January 1st, when the hard work of governing will begin. Those in power would like to describe our policy commitments as if they are illusions that will evaporate as soon as we approach City Hall. Let us show them instead that they are invocations of the future that we will win.
Let's go!
And let us prove to each and every New Yorker that a politics of expansion does not just mean imagination. It insists upon fulfillment. We can make City Hall a place where New Yorkers come to expect the future, not just failure. But we are not there yet. Just as Andrew Cuomo's victory in the primary was thought to be inevitable, the same narrative has started to form around us today. When you read the articles that tell a post-election story of triumph while we are amidst early voting, when you see the Kalshi odds that have our chances of victory in the 90s, know this: you are reading the same things that Andrew Cuomo read when he went to sleep each night in June, believing that his victory was promised. We cannot allow complacency to infiltrate this movement.
Hell yeah!
So over these 9 final days, I ask for only one thing from each of you. More. I know you are tired. And for that I recommend some Adani chai. And still, I ask for more. I know the attacks have intensified, that a warm bed is more inviting than a sixth-floor walk-up, that another evening spent knocking doors after a long workday feels daunting. And still, I ask for more. I ask for more because that is the only way that we win a future of more. So if you are able, I urge you, my friends, stand up. If you have knocked a door, turn your flashlight on. If you will knock a door, turn your flashlight on. If you have more to give, turn your flashlight on. Together, let us make a light bright enough to banish any darkness. Over these final 9 days and the months and years that follow, the powers that be will throw everything in their arsenal against us. They will spend millions more dollars. They will attack us from every conceivable angle. But we will not bend. We will not flinch. We will triumph over the oligarchs, and we will return dignity to our lives. Nearly 89 years ago to the day, FDR spoke before a crowd of thousands at Madison Square Garden. He said, "I should like to have it said of my first administration,
Hell yeah, Miss
that
Killer
in
K.
it, the forces of selfishness and of lust for power met their match. I should like to have it said of my second administration that in it, these forces met their master."
Let's go!
My friends, I should like to have it said of our campaign that in it, the forces of selfishness and lust for power met their match. And I should like to have it said of our City Hall that in it, these forces met their master. New York, our work has only just begun. On November 4th, we set ourselves free. Thank you.
God, he's so fucking good at this. Ugh! How can people watch this and not feel that there is something stirring in the air when one of the largest one of the largest cities of this country is rallying behind an avowed socialist? Like, they are here for it. They are cheering for it in the streets. My God.
Needed more TTS spit roasting.
Kept your powder dry for that one. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. God. I just feel so hopeful having watched that. Thank you for indulging me, folks. he's just one of the best to ever do it, you know? I wish Iowa had a Mamdani. I bet there is one somewhere in Iowa. I bet in your local areas you can find folks like this guy. You know, maybe not in presentation, maybe not in as refined a state when it comes to public speaking, but I bet you can find people of similar values who have committed themselves to action to better their communities in just the same way this guy has. And folks, that being said, like, comment, subscribe, do the things. I don't even know if this will wind up being a segment. I don't know that I had any profound insights throughout this, but I'm ending this feeling really hopeful. And I think that this guy, with our help, is going to clinch it. And yeah, I mean, for real.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
And like, we're gonna go and do the work. You guys are gonna go and do the work. Each one of us has to look around and figure out what we can do. What do we have the skills for? What can we contribute? How can we, like, can we be the candidate? Can we be the door knocker? Can we be the phone banker? Can we be the donor? What can we do? How are we situated? How can we help our community? And I think that that is something that we're all going to start getting a lot better at as we go forward into this particular period of time. With that being said, let's keep moving on. Here we go. Also, Badoomf. Is socialism focusing on economics only, or could you have a solely socialist government instead of democratic socialist? What would a government that's entirely socialist look like? Well, my concept of socialism is that it is one under which workers democratically own and operate their workplace, right? And that is the predominant form of economic production, and that is combined with a government that provides a basic, like, social safety net that allows people to take risks without worrying about what the results of failure might lead them to. You know, like, worst case scenario, you still have a place where you can live with dignity, a place where you can eat, a place, you know, etc. Like, your material needs will still be met even if you lose everything on a crazy business adventure, or venture rather. So what would the government inside of, like, that kind of presides over such a society be? To me, it only makes sense if it is democratic. Like, I despise authoritarianism in all of its forms. I think unjust hierarchies are bad by and large. And I think one of the ways you can justify a hierarchy is through a democratic process. And I think that our democratic process would benefit greatly from, instead of being like having businesses be predominantly tiny authoritarian projects under the heels of private capital, if instead they were democratic projects run by the workers who work there. So I think by and large, democracy and socialism are necessarily inextricably linked.
Perhaps a bizarre business venture? Ora, 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 ora.
Ora, ora, ora. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. Indeed, a bizarre business adventure. You know the bizarre ones I'm talking about. Abyssal Anath. Making me lift yet again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know it's a JoJo. Guys, I know it's a JoJo reference. I know it's a JoJo reference, and I know what aura means. I was making a joke with the aras. It was a play. My attempt, but now I look like an uncultured fool who didn't know that it was a JoJo adventure. I thought I was playing it Streets Ahead, but it turns out I was playing it Streets Behind. It's the delay in chat. So good. Zoran does want public grocery stores, but only in food desert areas, not competing with private grocery stores. I do think it would be better, to expand that, but like having a baseline is great, you know? The worldo. Okay. Folks, who is ready for some good old-fashioned analog horror? Now, we are continuing to ascend closer to our goal, of course, of more what if alt hist. However, I do owe you guys analog horror. And one of the ones that we are going to go over today is a real banger, a real classic. Take a look, shall we? There we go. All right. Oh, Konami Kun the Alpha, why you say it? Yes, Horses United. What's up? My band has a song called Streets Ahead. We love community. Hell yeah! We need more community stands in this community, oddly. Information done. Well, Konami Kun the Alpha, the good news is information will resume tomorrow. You don't have any ice cream for analog horror? I'm sorry to hear that. All right. So, folks, we are going to be going in on Tuesday Tapes, an American saga. It's put out by this YouTube channel, Gloomy Texan Media, and I would recommend it. I will say, I believe the first part, like, I think it's the first couple tapes. Yeah, all the way through Tuesday Tapes episode 1. There are 4 videos prior to that. We got through all of that. And to kind of summarize, I don't really understand exactly what the Tuesday Tapes are about yet. But it seems to be about some kind of time travel or timeline enforcement action on the parts of on the part of like some kind of shadowy government organization, and I'm not entirely sure how this what this all means yet, but it is extremely unnerving to say the least. It's built around the recurring theme is this organization seemingly of perhaps like agents sent from the future to the past, is about how the future is their profession, and don't really know what that means yet, and I'm excited to find out, or not find out, I guess. So let's take a look. I will also say that this is one of the few analog horror series to truly unnerve me. As in, like, the previous, like, I believe episode 1 of the Tuesday tapes involves, like, a woman, like, brutally killing a man and then just, like, psychopathically, like, being, like, just going nuts before, like, her partner seemingly comes back into the picture. But, like, it is unnerving, and I am, seeing where some of these have gone. I'm a little nervous. So, content warning, I guess, for this. The horror element is horroring for these ones. So, with that being said, let's jump into this particular part. It's titled A Higher Patriotism, and let's see where this goes. It is your contribution as a recruit of the program that ensures the prosperity of all future Americans. Many on the outside will not understand the things you have seen. Yours is the greatest honor a patriot may receive, being forgotten. It is the forgotten who are the hidden engines of history, and history is greater than any deity or flag. Locate the Tuesday tapes, because all information coalesces into that greater tapestry of information which we call history. Tomorrow is our profession.
We have a place, all of us, in a long story.
Now this one is titled Cody, and let's see if there's any additional information here. June 2001, after being laid off following the dot-com crash, an IT worker relocates to an isolated family farmhouse. Living alone, he is stalked by menacing figures after he discovers a mysterious floppy disk amongst his possessions.
We continue, but whose end we will not see.
The Latent World Program. The following footage was recovered from the personal belongings of an info hazard named Cody B. Edmonds, following an extensive reconnaissance period.
It's happening again. This is the third fucking night in a row. Something is crawling around out there. At first I thought it was a bear or something. I don't know. But that's when I saw it. Oh, man. I can't tell if there's more than one out there. I already called the sheriff. What fucking time is it anyway? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, God.
I actually believe that we've already seen this one. I think we've already seen it. But I think we'll just continue watching it, get you guys refreshed a little bit on the vibe here.
All right, I'm recording. I've got plenty of tape in here, so I should be set. Haven't even touched this camcorder since maybe Christmas of '98, but I got to get a record of this, you know. I don't know, maybe I'll write a book or something. But anyways, this started about 2 weeks ago when I noticed that something was tripping my motion sensor light up here, and then I started hearing noises. Okay, so I figured I'd take out the camera since it's got, you know, the motion activation or whatever, and maybe I'll catch something going bump in the night. But anyways, as far as I can tell right now, at least they didn't steal anything, but I don't know, I didn't even get a fucking minute of sleep last night, and the sheriff didn't even show up until about a half an hour later, and actually I don't even blame him because, well, take a look. All right, let's take a little walk to get some perspective here. So from where I'm staying, it's about 8 minutes away from town as the crow flies, and it's even farther out than that to the nearest police station. And on my little tract here, I've got two neighbors. So about 100 yards to my left, there's a hermetic crackhead, and about 100 yards to my right, there's an old guy who's never home, which, if we're being honest, is probably also a crackhead, you know? And so the sheriff came down here and he took a look around. He reviewed some of the footage that I took, and well, at that point, there really wasn't much he could do, even if he wanted to, you know? His advice was purchase a firearm and let God sort it out. Now, I can't really prove anything, but I think I might have an idea of what's going on here.
Oh, Celestial Heart, this is very much VHS inspired.
So what I got on camera last night is only Exhibit B. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I bring you whatever the fuck this is.
Saved message, 8:57 a.m.
Mr. Edmonds, we know who you are. We know what you have taken. This is your final warning.
To replay this message, press 1. To delete, press.
Yep, I got that gnarly little surprise last Tuesday morning while I was hungover in the next room.
Tuesday,
straight me right
say?
the fuck up, I'll tell you that much. All right, let's establish how your friend and humble narrator got here. So a year ago, I was a systems admin for a hot new wireless company aimed at hip urban youths. The first portable accessory designed for city living. Shit like that, right? Long hours, sleeping in my office, kowtowing to the trust fund baby founders' every coke idle demand, so on and so on. Another fable of irrational exuberance, I guess, right? But, like most hastily funded things with .com in the name, well, man planned and the NASDAQ laughed. So, there we are, all out on the street, when by some providence my uncle calls me and he asks me if I'd be interested in watching over his place in Nowheresville, Oregon. So I figured, what the hell? I pack all my shit and I haul ass out here in April just as he's getting ready to go to Europe for the summer. So in my haste, I decide to throw all of my worldly belongings into this. Now, seeing as I'm leaving New York in a bit of a hurry, the whole damn drive over here, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well, wouldn't you know it, I actually nabbed something that isn't mine. Netcom Netcruiser, mine. Packard Bell, mine. Some random-ass floppy with one word on it? Coincidence? Yeah, probably. But it's pretty fucking weird.
Uh-oh.
It's getting dark out, so I guess I better lock the doors.
Call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web. Take advantage of our program.
All right, on second thought, fuck it. It's about 10 to 12, which is when they showed up last time, so. If they want to talk, we can talk. All right, so my hippie uncle is the only one that lives out in the middle of nowhere and doesn't own a gun, all right? I had to improvise.
What the Tuesday is a reference to.
Fuck, shit. Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Come on, Bubba. Come on, bud.
Yeah, not the best idea.
All right, Captain's Log, Stardate, June 29th, 2001. I just did a sweep of the garage. Turned out to be nothing but nothing, so I guess they're not keen for a chat tonight. What the fuck?
What were those images? Let's find out. Like some creepy ass construction photos.
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone.
Mr. Edmonds, we need to talk. Stay by your landline tomorrow. I know what's hunting you.
Oh shit. Okay. There we go. There we go. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I do wonder if VHS horror has the same effect of she's not going to need to memorize phone numbers from Inside Out. Kids nowadays have never seen a VHS. I mean, maybe, you know, like, I do still think it's probably a good idea for kids to memorize some phone numbers. You know, not all of that. Yeah, I don't know. I think for a lot of kids growing up now, VHS is more an aesthetic than it is a device. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like the VHS aesthetic is more widely recognized than, like, an actual VHS cassette tape, you know? I've not seen the new Meat Canyon yet, Bread into Toast. Also, I'm going to turn text-to-speech back on. You guys, I think, deserve it now that you can behave, presumably. And the next video is a very Artemis Halloween Tuesday interlude. And yes. All right, let's take a look. A streamlined video report of the neutralization of web journalist blank conducted on the night of Tuesday, 31 October 2000. Some of the audio from the field recording has been damaged. Oh wait, okay. I think we could skip this one. This one made me viscerally uncomfortable in a way I'm not okay with.
I also meant it in the sense that a lot of the actors who are on the younger side within these pieces of art may be too young for the joke, similar to Riley.
Oh, true. No, yeah, 100%. Which I hadn't even really thought of, but like, yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, let's jump through this one. Monkey's Gone to Heaven, Tuesday Tapes, episode 3. I'm very scared of the character named Artemis. I find her deeply unnerving and convincing. Okay, you guys want to? Okay, we'll watch the interlude. All right, you're right. I'm being a big baby about it.
Yo, what's up, MTV? Here's your update. I thought we would be headed back by now, but we got a call over SAT informing us that while we're still here on the Eastern Seaboard, they want us to take care of. And last night, my partner made a stop at Kmart to obtain 1/7 of a
Funny
Halloween
fact,
costume.
I got the advice to write down a phone number for someone to call and potentially bail me out of jail when going to a protest.
It's a good idea. I mean, genuinely a good idea.
Before, you ever like carved a pumpkin before? You've never carved a pumpkin before? Okay, so that's like objective number 2. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, sweet boy.
That's what they call me.
Yeah. Keep in mind they are assassins.
Trick or treat. Oh, am I too old for daddy? Don't worry, I still taste sweet.
Remind you of his boyfriend. Oh, I bet it does now.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's the face opening combo. Just like, oh, I see what you were doing there. Clever man. That's right. All right, no problem. All right. I'm down. I'm so down. This is really fun. Men have no imagination. Don't blame you guys.
Depends on what you want to imagine.
All you imagine is pussy.
Yeah?
Wow. You're so profound. American.
Well, you think about like Buddha like contemplating the rocks for 20 years, right? I mean...
Oh, because he was really getting his rocks off?
Her performance just really unnerves me.
Fuck cum dirtbag.
Cum dirtbag. Yeah, that's more my name.
No, fuck cum dirtbag.
Fuck cum.
Did I stutter?
Wait, is fuck cum the first name, or is cum dirtbag like a hyphenated surname?
Yeah.
I don't come from like royalty, so...
Oh no! Fuck this bullshit.
Hold that thought, I have something better.
Make sure there's an adult or someone longer who can help you if you need help. What the fuck did I do with that goddamn thing? Halloween fun. Carve carefully. That's one way to have a Halloween that's fun and safe. Candle in a pumpkin on a wooden porch might not be safe at all. A flashlight could be a lot safer then. But it's best to stay away from lighted candles that are inside or outside.
for your consideration. Fall 2000 issue.
This is Harvest Fest 2000. And what I have for you here today, little boys and girls. One handcrafted face of person. Ew, what the fuck is on? F is for fantastic. U is for United States. C is for Canada. K is for Kansas. And
The best countries.
Y is for Yemen. O is for Oman. And that, boys and girls, is all you need for your social studies test next week. And here is a happy, what's my face? And you must always remember not to lose your head. Peace.
The first prize. Check out what I found upstairs.
What's the name?
It's a Halloween miracle. So now we have like a full nurse. We have like, well, at least half of a nurse.
Someone saved me.
What do you make of your first Halloween?
I like the festivities. Halloween is like a, I don't know, it's like it's like, no, I like it. It's like an open embrace of like danger and risk. It's a sad thing, watching a man try to smoke through a mask.
And succeeding. Check it out, I found your mail order husband.
Alright, now we're on Monkeys Gone to Heaven, and their performances just pop. You know? And we keep seeing this Latent World Productions, I think. And now we're seeing Clearance 3+, so some level of clearance required to see this. The following footage was recovered from the personal effects of an info hazard named Blank, better known by the cryptonym Monkey. A motor lodge called the Blank Inn, located in the peninsula of Washington State. Much of the original audio has been damaged. Wait, what was that? What was that record? Joyce. Oh, Joyce Carol Oates. You must remember this. Is it the murder freaks? I'm thinking this is some kind of, like, murder freak situation, yeah. I think the murder freaks are, like, time travel assassins. Like, they're here to take out folks who may become inconvenient. Yeah, they have too much fun. Time-traveling assassins. Oh, is she gonna climb the tree? White man of our assassins pulling up. Where are we on the Rudyard counter? We are 137 away. This is freaky. I'm very uncomfortable. I do so much better when it's not just two guys, you know? When it's like some kind of horrible monster, I do so much better. read the notes? Yeah. Soon I will be forgotten. This is how my world ends. B for brain, it's very spooky. Did that one say anything? Josh Hartel or something? I'm so afraid. Sorry. Not afraid anymore. Josh Norton. No, there is something way freakier. Like, I'm wondering if, like, this is how they recruit people? I'm unsure what being forgotten means. Whoa. Whoa, what the hell? Wait, it says like an actual phrase that flashed on screen earlier as well. Memori? Is it Damatio Memori? Okay, so one, Damnatio Memore, erased from history. Oh shit. Those are some old camcorder tapes? Yeah. So is this like effectively like an archive of like people that have been like outright eliminated from society? Like not just from like society in general, but like from the very historical record. Huh. Also, just a really interesting transition there between their attempted VHS mimic and then just some pretty impressive and interesting like establishing shots. Like I'm hooked. I want to know more. And luckily there is one full tape left, so let's go to the transitional Intrusion 1 after this, and then we'll see the final Tuesday tape that is currently available.
From the dawn of time, man has...
Future lies bleeding and we can never repair. Something terrible is underway. And time is running out. The program is everywhere and nowhere. What? Save yourself from the new millennium. Look for the truth. Before the snow falls.
Since you push the button. That's our vision. We're trying to change the world.
Oh, shit.
They're gonna make me an American for this. Maybe it'll only be for a season. Maybe it'll only be for a day. It hardly matters. I think I was always an American. I'm not, as a rule, very superstitious. I don't believe in fates or in past lives. And yet, some magnetism was always drawing me here. Whether I was born in Singapore, or Oklahoma, or Winnipeg, or Turkmenistan, whatever, I was always meant to become an American. If I wasn't meant to live here, then at least I was meant to die here. I am an American, and I'm here to do America's work.
Turn on, tune in,
King Kill,
drop out.
Let's see, it's in, Old Town.
Old Town, is that in Singapore?
No, that's Bangkok.
Oh, okay.
It was like my first job. And I started working like really, really young. The first man I was with, tall, cute, white. And so we're there and we're getting to know each other. And he asks me, for a blowjob. And I say, oh, I've never given one because I haven't. And he says, oh, don't worry, it's easy. And I say, oh, how many have you given? When I came to, I learned an important thing about men. They don't like it when you talk back.
About who Jesus is, and she says, I even led one of them to Christ on my porch just the other day. And then and I've been praying for a lot of people in my life to come to know Jesus, and I wasn't getting anywhere with them.
in which two patriots make an uninvited appearance at a dinner party in the Rocky Mountains. And there is some collateral damage. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
How many entries?
Looks like one on the south, one on the north. Park down here.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay.
All right, you ready?
Look out, Mountain.
Two field agents
What is
in
it you like
conversation
about
the
this
trade.
line of work?
I don't know. My mother always encouraged me to get a state job just for the benefits, you know?
Well, come on, be serious.
Okay, I guess what I like about the job is that it reminds you of what it is to be a person. You know, you look at the way people are living their lives, right? The people pacing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like a tiger in an enclosement. You ever see one of those? And in essence, it's the same thing. It's corrosion for the soul, man. You know, Mr. Zimmerman. He says you got to serve somebody, right? Well, say like serve your fellow man. They tell you you're too fucked up to serve your country the old-fashioned way. Find a new way to serve your country.
Well, that's mighty fucking white of you. Time for talking is over. The time for living is now. What shall I do with him?
Listen to your heart and your pussy.
Oh. What have we... Oh, nothing.
So what is it you like about interviewing men in particular?
Why do you say that? Like we don't interview women?
Well, right, but what I'm saying is it's noticeably different with you.
I think it's long been a source of blue balls for me. There are times...
Again, I have to just say, this makes me uncomfortable quite a bit. And I'm not sure when we need to pull the ripcord here, but of the analog horrors we've watched, this one really is like kind of like, oh shit, do I need to watch the rest of this like off off stream? Like this makes me viscerally uncomfortable, in part because like the performances are really good and in a really deeply disturbing way. Like this lady in particular makes me so fucking uncomfortable. And I think I think we have to pull the ripcord on this one. I've got to like actually pull the ripcord because I don't know that like, yeah, this is getting to that underground horror territory of exploitation for sure. And I think, judging by the preview I'm looking at here, like, a lot of it's gonna continue being of this tone for a while, which is unfortunate because I would love to learn more about what the hell is going on, and I feel like these conversations are going to be pretty revealing about like the overall lore, but oh boy, I'm not going to lie, conceptually I love this. Conceptually I love the idea of two people who for very different reasons are like all aboard the rah United States train, and who have been recruited into some kind of program where they go back in time and carry out assassinations. And I kind of fuck with the idea that they're both incredibly fucked up people, because in order to roll with that job in the first place, one would necessarily need to be fucked up. Um and I think it's interesting and might work in like a longer form. I let me put it this way. I think in a longer form than YouTube, one would be able to make editing decisions where it is not this much like deeply uncomfortable exploitation style content. There are mild vibes of the holistic assassin. I'm not entirely sure what that means. It looks like found footage from a couple of from a serial killer cult. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's the intention, right? Um, I was trying to understand if it was fiction. No, it's all fiction. It's about a time, like, those are performances. Those are actors, and they're damn good actors too. I liked it when it was mysterious. I mean, I think it's still mysterious. It's just that these particular characters are so odious. And I feel like, let me put it this way. I feel like it's already been established that these two are heinous monsters. And like, I don't need to continue seeing them to be heinous monsters in order to kind of get it, you know? Um there's a show called Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Feels a bit like that. I can see that. Oh no, it's the Epstein files. Yeah, they I mean, I bet the twist is gonna be, Uncle Gumball, that they're essentially being sent back in time to cover up for, future Epstein files. And I also should be clear, I guess I don't actually know if they're time travelers or something. I'm just kind of picking that up from what the lore is putting down. Um Dirk Gently was Douglas Adams, who wrote the Hitchhiker's books. Oh, I didn't know that. Dirk Gently had an antagonist who was an assassin. The universe had given the role. People just died around her because of her presence. That's wonderful. Feels very reciprocal in a hurt people sort of way. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, interesting, Coder Joe. The Lookout Mountain Air Force Station was constructed in 1941. However, its significance is linked to the Cold War period. Between 1947 and 1969, it provided in-service production of classified motion picture and still photographs to the U.S. Department of Defense and Atomic Energy Commission. Oh, that's interesting. So kind of like the idea that some of these people have been erased from history, but this, like the motion picture and photographs were processed at that location. Interesting. Was there an immigrant aspect of it, or was it just me? Well, one of the serial killers is an immigrant looking for citizenship, and she's willing to do whatever she can to get it, you know? Like I think part of it is kind of a deep dive on how the state exploits folks who would willingly sacrifice for it in that way. Yeah, this woman, yeah, no, the woman in the video explained that she had been trafficked and like abused by men in the past. Hence, like it makes sense where, especially if she feels like it's her job to kill people, that like she just does whatever she wants with the victims, which is gross, obviously, and I'm not entirely sure that I don't want to watch it on stream. Um, to clarify, I don't want to watch that on stream, but from a narrative perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Um, and perhaps seeing being American as a protection, and also seeing that this puts her in a position of power over helpless folks, like it, like her psychotic behavior makes sense to me, but it's deeply unnerving and uncomfortable to watch for sure. Avoid urban spook. It's a lot like this. Okay. We watched Gloaming County before. We have not. Hmm. Fascinating. Yeah, the end of this tape is Artemis dancing around the crime scene in like a bikini top and just being creepy as hell. Hey, hey. Well, there we have it, folks. That is the Tuesday tapes, episode 4. I don't know that we'll be able to stick with this as a series because we've had to stop it twice for being deeply uncomfortable to watch. So, this might be the end of the road for this one, but a lot of interesting ideas here. I would like to see more in a less exploitative sense. But that's where I'm at. Oof. Do, do. Interesting, Coder Joe. I don't know if I enjoyed the acting. Felt like they were trying too hard to be edgy and off-putting. I mean, they succeeded. I was successfully edged and off-put out. Um, here. Oof. So eepy. Okay, all right. You all leaped on being edged so fast. Fuck me. Yeah, no, Nine-Tailed Witch, I find it really interesting. I just don't think I can show it on stream and it be fine. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
What is it that you
Here. You posted the Gloaming County trailer? Take a look.
Be especially cautious at dusk through the early evening hours and in the hours just before sunrise.
I could fuck with that. I could fuck with that. Not a whole lot to go on. But no, I think we could do this. Looks interesting. I agree. Folk horror is cool. Is this a possible new series to watch in the future? Yes, and I was also checking how the Mandela catalog is coming along. It looks like there might be several, well, not several. Looks like I'll just actually count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 6 meaty episodes, like 7, 4, like 40 minutes of Mandela catalog. I don't think I'll continue tonight, but I feel like I do owe you a more satisfying analog horror experience. And so I think we will do that. We'll take a look at at Gloaming County, and we'll take a look at where Mandela catalog has come. I need to go back to the Baby Sheep series I sent you a while back. Oh no. Maybe we do. Maybe so. Oh, also, folks, just throwing out there, I played Dispatch for those of you who haven't heard about it, checked it out. I would recommend it. It's a fun game. And let me throw up the trailer for it. Really recaptures some of the like old Telltale game adventures. Let's see. Yeah, the superhero game. You know, I thought it seemed pretty cool. Here we go. It's very like My Hero Academia coded. Also, it's gorgeous.
You're Mega Man. You're dead, I thought.
This on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you? You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again. Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Too easy.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. What are you doing in Visigal? Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
The way things are going, I'd cut the whole damn team.
All of you in this room have set this program ablaze with your bullshit.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
I played the first 2 chapters, and I'm so, like, the next 2 drop tomorrow, and God, I want to play them so badly. They're so good. Every 2 weeks, 2 episodes drop, and, like, fuck, I'm here for it. Seems fun? Absolutely. Pretty awesome, right? I don't know, it just seemed neat. Thought I would share it with you guys. Yeah, also you got lore, you got like the Critical Role folks, you got X talent from Telltale, like you got like a powerhouse here. Do you pay on a per episode basis? No, you just buy the game and it comes out episodically. You gonna eat those twinks only if they consent? Hell yeah. Do choices actually matter? I don't care that much if they don't, lol. I think they do. I don't know. I've only played through the first 2 episodes once. But maybe I'll try and do the like asshole route of the game. They still matter to me, damn it. They matter to me, Sam and Moose. It's a cool way to do a video game. I agree. I think it's really fun. And like, yeah, it might just be along for the ride on some of the parts or a lot of the parts, but did I attack the reporter? No. I did not attack the reporter. I stayed classy and walked away. Clementine liked that. Damn straight she did. That girl is a treasure. She's been so terrible. Holy fucks, the games have been awesome. They really have been. They've been really, really great. All right, folks, I'm going to go sleep. I'll see you all tomorrow, and I'll have a better prep show for you. There we go. Good night, everybody. Fare thee well. Go raid picks? Hell yeah. Bye.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.